maybe she is a high-strung, hypertense kitty, I guess, and maybe pills would fix it. But I mean, I think that would just make her unhappy. I don't think it's gonna fix the problem. If I thought there was some kind of quarter to be reached here that doesn't lead to me losing $1,000 for no reason, I would do it. But I don't see a reason to. If she was in pain, I would take her to the vet. But she's not an unhappy kitty. She has completely adapted to this, and I didn't even know. Finding out was like solving a mystery. She's that good at like completely adapting to being blind. I had no concept of it. 50 Cent warned us of Diddy. Now he's in danger by Rapaholics. We were on this one with Ari Melber.
Or nothing new is going to be learned. We've already now broken through that. There is new material. People are combing through it. We have a whole standards, process in the news where we're going through each and every number. These are, if you're interested, what's called Bates numbers in a document production, where each and every piece of evidence has its own traceable file, and you can see that number and then what kind of file it is. And reputable news organizations and journalists go through, and we try to make sense of that first before putting it out to the world, or putting it out in a way that might be misleading, or even though the government's supposed to do its redactions in a way that could endanger people. So every single file is being reviewed that way, and some of them are new, and so the pressure has worked to yield that. Then you go to the next step, which is, okay, did it all work on day one, this deadline?
Yeah, I'm going to do something a bit complicated here, so I'm going to try and show you guys that I can do it, because I'm not even certain I can do it. We'll see. So we're going to start with like this sentinel, which is, I ordered 10 sentinels. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 sentinels, 3 of which are docking. Then I'm going to make this. Oh, there. I had a walkthrough there of what I'm supposed to do. How do I tell a fleet to auto mine? Oops. In X4 Foundations, how do I tell a fleet to auto mine again? Open the property on menu, select the ship leading your mining fleet, set default fit behavior. Okay, so I want you to mine ore in Grand Exchange 3. Local auto mine or Grand Exchange 3. Okay, so yeah, and that's this one, DKF778. And he will go off on mine resources in Grand Exchange 3. That's this guy. Yep. And then all these other ones. There we go. Now I have a mining fleet. Magpie Sentinel. Fleet 3 is a Crane Sentinel with 10 in this, and they're all going to local auto mine.
Entering Grand Exchange 3.
Cool. And that's how I set 10 ships, 10 large mining ships to mine. I could apply protection to them now. I guess with these.
Something's hit us. Acknowledged.
I could give them I will give them this escort, and I will. Or no, I'll just I'll just buy escorts for them. I don't know. Is 20 million enough? It might be. Yeah, 20 million probably is enough. Yeah, to buy escorts for them. So we'll buy escorts for them. Gonna go. That was the Mintalati shipyard. I need like either a wharf or a shipyard. Where's the shipyard? I don't remember. Wow, Grand Exchange 4 is really, really big. I need to buy a ship from a wharf. And I don't remember where it is at all. I'll have to learn. Spice Farm. Yeah, that's the large shipyard. I'm looking for... Par Paranid. Here we go. Oh no, these are large. Oops. So Par Paranid Wharf. The wharf sells small and medium, and the shipyard sells large. So wharfs are smaller. It's also like it is the submarine game I always wanted. It like you can like you. I do want to get immersed in X4. It might be a really good main. It is the submarine game I always wanted. Kind of. It is like this massive, fucking massive. Medium. No, I want smalls. Fighters. God Realm military ship license. Vanguard fighters. Purchase Vanguard fighters with high presets. Add to shop list. I want 10 of them. Or no, how many can I buy? I can buy 20 of them. Let's give them an well, yeah, I mean, like, am I buying anything else? Yeah, I do need to leave some money so I can buy stuff when I'm space trucking. So let's do an escort of 15 ships. Yeah. Confirm. This will take... Yep, ships in construction. Cool. You guys can't see it, but there is a cool thing there. I wish you could drag this. Can you drag this? Oh, you can press R to just reset it? Oh, cool. That makes it way better for me. I was like, how do you reset the map? I really couldn't figure it out. I've been trying to figure it out for like a year. It's just the R button. Fucking dumb. How would I know? It tells you, but it doesn't really tell you. Cool. It actually is a 3D Kenshi. You know, it really is like a 3D game. Look, it's like... It doesn't seem like it when you're like going places, but it is actually a fucking 3D, like EVE Online game with 3D realm. You can go in all directions and stuff, and it like the Dratus. It's hard to understand it at first. You see it, and then you know when you're doing things, you can just set it back like to flat. But the 3D, you know, I am sad that I left EVE Online. I wish they would make a PvE version of it, really bad. I was getting ganked way too much even in high sec. It was so stupid. Maybe they'll fix it. Maybe they'll fix high sec. Nope. I'm done with free-for-all PvP. I'm done with it. On my television is a piece of paper that I put up in the summer, which is like the, you know, get rid of free-for-all PvP out of your life. And I do. I really want to get that out of my life. Like, look, the last time that I logged into live GTA 5, I was ganked immediately. It is just like, I don't know. I don't know, man. No thanks. Then I can just go zoom in on this thing. It is such a cool game, and you can like even like look at the war from 3D. You can start to see that I've got like 10. This game's so much cooler than No Man's Sky. Fuck No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky's cool too, but it's not. But it's a kids game for consoles. This is the adult No Man's Sky.
The ship will be undocking soon.
In 60 seconds, my 15 ships will be done. Oh yeah, I can hear the jets. It's too loud though. I don't know. It does sound cool. It's like kind of calming. It's like the sound of jets firing as my pilot lands at a station and stuff. Ooh, the game's running really well in ultra settings too on DLSS too. Like all the settings are up. It was once human that was actually really eating my bandwidth. X4 is actually a good client. It really is. Grand Theft Auto 5 and X4 are running well together. I got my daily done right. Yeah, I believe I did. And there's not much else to do in 76 except low-hanging fruit. I do have 2 weeklies that are low-hanging fruit, and I'll go get them done. Oh, I want to go private. And I have to go to the casino. Let's hear what else he has to say, but this is boring me, kind of.
Line, and is all of the problem fixed? And it seems the answer is clearly no. As I mentioned, we have members of Congress telling us they're going to sue. We have other outside experts and independent people looking at this, seeing that it's insufficient. And that's what I'll close with. My review of these materials is, although we're still making sense of it over time, they basically set up at the Trump DOJ a bunch of different doors that you open on this site. It's not fully searchable, which was required. So it's more like they've given out a janky, difficult to use homework assignment to the country, when, as I was mentioning, the Congress specifically said, no, this should be easy and searchable, precisely to deal with the skepticism and cynicism that the government has really sowed by being this way. And so we checked, and as of late afternoon Friday under the deadline, you could search terms that should be in there like Maxwell, and they would not yield most of the results that they should. So either the thing is broken, or it's deliberately been made to be difficult, and that violates the law. And like many other debates nowadays, there's going to be a question over whether the law matters and who's going to make them enforce it and who's going to get in trouble over this. So, you know, the next steps are, if Congress sues and these judges that have ruled the grand jury material must be released, and the various ways that you can enforce that. And this isn't the first time there's been secrecy in the government. There are examples where court pressure on these individuals, on lawyers who don't want to be disbarred, on people who are the document custodians, the pressure works and they turn it over. And there's been other times where there's been more secrecy. I think a final note on the Trump administration's problems, their number 2 at the FBI is leaving this week. I've had experts and analysts say that doesn't look like a coincidence. It looks like related to the Epstein failure. The number 1 is the FBI. Patel has several problems and scandals, including this one. Pam Bondi, who's supposed to be in charge of DOJ, didn't hear from her on Friday for the deadline. Susie Wiles, the chief of staff for Trump, kind of threw Bondi under the bus for her past misstatements. As I mentioned, some of them clearly lies about the Epstein case. And now her deputy is sort of leading this. And so next steps are they could end up in court around the grand jury material, where there's 3 active rulings requiring it all be released. We're going to comb through and see whether it was, and whether this type of response where there are new documents, but they're also at DOJ admitting that they haven't fully complied, whether that leads to court orders to comply faster, fully. And if you say, well, how do you enforce that? There's many measures. There's contempt. People can lose their law licenses. People can be disciplined. People can be held in prison, jail for contempt of court if it gets to that point. And then
this guy's naive. He thinks that the social fabric can't unravel, but it's actually inevitable. It's inevitable, and it happens all the time too. It happens to other countries. We've just been lucky that it didn't happen here. And so the real problem is, I don't think anybody in the country will go to the Oval Office. Nobody in the country will go to the Oval Office and put bracelets on Donald Trump. And I think he's naive to think that landing the charges is going to cause them to do that. The cops just won't do it. They'll be like, no. It would be causing a civil war. And that's the actual problem we're facing here. I think he's too naive. They will not go and arrest that president, I don't think. They'll let him get impeached. And then, and then if he shows up at office, he's like he doesn't have the security clearance anymore. But they won't go put bracelets on him in the building and exit him out. They won't do that. I really don't think they would. Like, I will be honestly, it would be like restoring all my faith in humanity and my country if they did. I really don't think they'll fucking do that. I think they're far too fucking pussy. Most of them like him. And those guys will put pressure on the guys that don't like him, that don't like him, and it will just be this like battle in their industry and in their fucking police station and precinct and stuff, and then they will conclude that they don't want to be the social fabric unraveling, and they will refuse to go and put the bracelets on him. I know they will, because they don't think that he's done anything. It's fucking stupid. And they will just refuse. They'll refuse. And I think when it comes to that, that's where we start to see the Civil War. Because sooner or later, like, somebody's going to have to be on, like, our side. We'll have to be like, I am assuming leadership of this side of America. And I am demanding that you go to jail after you perjure yourself, commit child sex, and lie about it, and use the FBI to conceal the fact that you were molesting children. And because he won't do that. He won't be like, you're a bad guy, I'm going to jail. That's the joke. It's like, you're a bad guy, I'm going to jail. He's not going to enforce that on himself. We're going to have to do that to him. There is no entity that will enforce that on him. There's no entity. We don't have a Democratic Party. There's no, like, the police will not be that entity for us. The public could demand it. Like, we could probably, like, maybe get, like, a force of 250,000 to come to Capitol D.C. and compel the police to put his ass in jail, but it would probably have to be that. It'll probably have to be that. Like, we are here to say you have to put him in jail. It would have to be that, because the cops won't do it. The FBI won't do it. The CIA won't do that. They're like, none of our fucking like armed police escorts will turn on him. That's like unraveling their social police factory. They will not turn on the executive in chief. They will not do that. The shit rolls downhill. It doesn't roll uphill. The shit rolls downhill. It never ever rolls uphill. They're rank and file shitheads, and they just don't believe in the shit rolling uphill, and they won't do it to him. They won't put bracelets on him. They'll be like, well, we don't vote for him anymore, and we don't do anything if he tells us to do anything, but they won't go put the bracelets on him. Some other entity in America is going to have to do that, or somebody's going to have to do something else. And it sucks. Like, it sucks. It may come to that. Someone on the left may decide to just kill him, and that's not too good. And that's not too good, because then we become the right wing. I really don't want that. I don't want them to kill. I don't want the left to kill him. I don't want anybody to kill him. I don't want him going to jail, honestly, unless there's pictures of him having sex with children, frankly, because this is so fucking long ago. I'm not sure we can stand him up in court. Like, honestly, this was so fucking long ago. Do we have pictures of him diddling a child? Is that what that tattoo on that girl's foot means? Do you have more pictures like that? If you do, then yeah, maybe we can put him in jail. Do we have pictures of? Do we have a video of him having sex with an underage child? That is what it will take for the police to go and actually put the cuffs on him. They will be so sickened that they will go do it. But that's what it's going to take. Anything less than that, they'll just be like, no, you go throw him in jail. We're not doing it. Trust me, I know what they're gonna do. They're like he seems to think that if they catch him on perjury or something, that he's gonna obey felony number 35 and go to jail, and or the police are gonna make him obey the felony 35, go to jail now. No, it's gonna take a videotape of him having sex with children before the police will actually do anything to him. This is what happens when you become completely lawless and pieces of shit money snatchers have taken over your government. They will not evict him. There is no power in the world that give them the power to do that kind of. They'll be like, no, rank and file says that we don't go fucking arrest him. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, nah, arresting him doesn't fix this. It may send the country into civil war. We're not doing that. That's what they're gonna say. They might suspend his privileges at best. They're not going to, and I mean suspend as in don't even take his fucking office. Just make sure that like suspend his privileges as in we don't know what's going on with you. So if you issue an order, we can't do it because we don't know if you're a criminal or not, kind of thing. They might do that. So that's like the worst that I think that's the worst thing that's gonna happen to him. Is they might be like, you can't issue any more orders till we know what's going on. I really feel that's how pussy these fucking people are. Remember, money's their god. He can easily fucking buy them too. He can buy all of these fucking people. I think he can buy Bernie and AOC. I do. I think he could easily buy Bernie and AOC. If he marches on up to AOC's office and he's like, you know, I got $1 billion, and I know that you and Bernie are like the last holdouts or whatever. Would you take $1 billion to just tell them that I'm okay, make this go away or whatever? I swear to God, they do this stuff. That's how they got Bernie to step down for the Clintons, and the Clintons are in the files. You remember? They got Bernie to step down, and my ignorant Democrat mother was, and I kept telling her, I was like, they got Bernie to step down. He was ahead of her in the polls. He was winning the election, and they got him to step down so she could take her shot. I liked it because she's a woman, and I'm sick of the fucking sausage fest. And I was okay with him stepping down. I would have preferred a woman, frankly. I would have preferred if a woman won. But no, they got him. They bought him. They got him to fucking step down. I know they did. They, like, even Bernie and AOC are for fucking sale. I'm fucking certain of it because they already have been bought. They've been bought. They are screaming about the No Kings thing because they believe in that. They do believe in that enough where they want to scream about it. But the problem is they still take the King's gold like everybody the fuck else. And it sucks. And now am I accusing them of this? No, I'm saying that what's to stop, because it hasn't happened yet. I'm like playing with like little games in my head here. Can Trump just walk over to AOC's office and offer her $1 billion? I don't really see why he can't. Or like Bernie, and just get the Democrats to fall in line and get those files to not reflect the death of his career. And they ask him, they're like, are you wicked? And he goes, yeah, but I'm a wicked man with $1 billion. Do you want it? And they go, He's like, it's Bitcoin, right? He's like, it's Bitcoin. They can't trace it. That you'll never be prosecuted. You won't lose your office. Because he has billions of dollars in Bitcoin, right? He can easily just step over to Bernie's office and be like, will you step down or whatever? And that's, I swear to God, that's what they did to get fucking Trump in power in the first fucking place. Or I'm sorry, yeah, was it Hillary versus Trump, wasn't it? Yeah, or was it? Yeah, it was Hillary versus Trump, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Hillary versus Trump. And like, I swear to God, it like, she was like on fire. There's no way he was gonna fucking win. We were all surprised when he did, and it was because Bernie was like the vote, and he stepped out, as I recall. And I swear to God, I don't trust these Democrats. I think they will take $1 billion in Bitcoin to just fucking modify the fucking files so we can't actually see the video of him fucking a child. You know? Hello. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry to wake you up. I don't have any food left except some meatballs that I don't have a dressing for, and I'm wondering if I could trouble you for one of your lasagnas until I go to the grocery store tomorrow. Okay, I wanted permission. I didn't want to feel like I was stealing from you. And then, and that's, I think that's it. Yeah, that was it. Sorry. Okay. All right, thank you, and I appreciate it. And then, and then the other thing is I would like to go to the grocery store tomorrow. Should I take the green truck? Okay, so I'm gonna come up probably in like the early afternoon or something and take the car. And I'm just wanting you. I'm trying to sync schedule. So, okay, and that's all I have for you. Sorry, I tried to get to you earlier. You know. All right. I love you. Sleep well, okay? Yeah. All right. Talk to you later. Sorry about that. So, yeah, like I have no food in the house except meatballs and I don't want them, so I'm going to cook lasagna and I have to go get it, but I'm not going to go get it until 11 o'clock, so got about 90 minutes. So, I swear to God, when Bernie I never trusted him again. I still don't trust him. I like Bernie, and I love Bernie, and I view him as my Yoda, and I think he's the best person in the government, and I do, you know, or at least he has the best image in the government for liberals and stuff. I like Bernie, but I really don't know why he stepped out of the fucking race, and it's been a question mark for a long fucking time. Why did Bernie step out of that race and chain us with Trump in the first fucking place? It would have taken Democrat collusion. I don't trust either side, and I think we're going to see stuff like that now, too. So stuff like, did you get Bernie to step aside so we got Trump in the first place? Because Trump wasn't really winning. He really wasn't. There was like it was her, and it was Bernie, and it was Trump, and Trump was dead fucking last, and everybody hated Hillary. So we knew that Bernie was like higher in the polls, and definitely higher than Trump. Bernie had like 53% in the polls or something. Trump was at 37. So then, what was it? It was like 8 weeks before the election or something. It was like maybe 4 months, something. I don't remember. Somehow, some way, for some reason, the Democrats decided they had splitted the party or something. I don't know what it was. And they did some backroom deal, which I've always suspected was Trump. And they paid for a win. And they win trade. I know they win trade because they do it on all the video games too. They win trade. They're win traders. When they have money, they can buy and win trade. And it's so stupid. They win trade all the time. We know this. They make people throw games all the time. Corruption is very common. It's extremely common, more often than not. And so, like, this is one of the reasons I don't like sports. I don't buy the NFL. I don't buy the NBA. I don't buy the fucking baseball. I don't buy any of those fucking sports. Not at all. I would take volleyball over any of those sports because I'm fairly sure I can determine if one of those guys is cheating in volleyball. But I can't tell who's cheating in NFL, NBA. There's so many players on the goddamn board and all those fucking games. There's like, I can't tell if one of you guys is cheating or breaking the rules or blood doping or throwing the game or anything like that. And I don't trust American sports because all of these people are so greedy and shitty and stupid, and I really don't. You hear stories in Goodfellas about buying some high school fucking basketball students scholarship or whatever, right? Henry Hill buying that college kids. Fucking, I think it was college basketball. They were trying to sway the gambling, so they were like bribing an NCAA fucking headliner to fucking throw his game or whatever, so they could sway it and make the most money anybody's ever made gambling on a fucking sports event, basically. And that was in Goodfellas. They talk about that shit. Everybody win trades. Everybody's crooked. Everybody lies. Like House MD said, everybody fucking lies, right? So this like fantasy about like AOC and Bernie, like being against these people and saying no kings, I'm starting to sort of question that too, because I'm wondering, like, I think AOC might be actually legit, but she might be being used by Bernie kind of, because he has been doing politics for 50 years. He is savvy, he's not dumb, and he has a squeaky clean Democrat image that we like, but honestly that's usually actually quite the opposite. If it looks really like it's just squeaky clean, that usually is really sus. It's actually really sus when you finally find out. So, like for instance, John Wayne Gacy was like the pillar of his community, but in the background he was killing 35 gay men. It's just insane, or whatever it was. It was like 25 something, I forget what it was. And he was putting them under his baseboards in line. But everybody thought he was Trump, And that's the problem with Trump too. Is it's just he's perfect, and so is Bernie, and so is all these fucking people. Fucking perfect at delivering. I'm sorry, not delivering, but what's that words they use in the P. Diddy case? It's shaping the narrative, right? It's shaping the fucking narrative. So shape the narrative, bitch. Shape the narrative, bitch, of how we got Bernie to step down when he was the #1 in the polls. I personally, you couldn't pay me. You could offer me all the money in Americana. It wouldn't fucking matter. You could offer me the Murdoch fortune. It wouldn't fucking matter. I still wouldn't take it if I was winning. I'd be like, no, I'm winning something better. It's the presidency. Why the fuck would I trade that for money? That's retarded. I can use it to make money. I don't need your money. Even if you're offering me like $1 trillion, I'm still not taking it over the presidency. I can make more money with the presidency. You're fucking stupid. And so how they got Bernie Sanders, who wanted it all of his goddamn life. And he ran because he wanted it. You know, he wanted to save the world, save the country. And we loved him. We fucking loved him. We're like, Bernie Sanders, we're making rap songs about him and shit. But then something happened. And let's go ask the AI, because I really don't understand what it was. Why did Bernie step aside for Hitler? So, what was the reason that Bernie Sanders stepped aside for Hillary in that election? I want to ask this question in a court of law. Bernie Sanders stepped aside and endorsed Hillary Clinton due to several strategic and ideological reasons. Losing to Donald Trump, right? Because nobody liked Hillary. They all knew it. Nobody liked Hillary. She had been running the CFR. We don't like the Council of Foreign Relations. They run with the Trilateral Commission with all the orange faces. Like, you know, they do. All the orange faces work with the IMF, the WTO, the fucking, you know, the Trilateral, and she was running the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. We hated Hillary. On top of it, all the women that were, like, in the right-wing coded circles had heard that she was a killer and that the Clintons were a crime family and the Bidens were a crime family, that Trump was a crime family, and they're all crime families and stuff. And so the faith in Hillary was shaken in the women. It was like shaken. Just enough to drive it down to a 49-51 that Donald Trump didn't have. He was at 33 when they were like 8 weeks from the election. It was like 8 weeks from the fucking election. It was a fucking disaster. We all woke up the next morning and I had the most uncanny valley feeling I've ever had. When I woke up and I was like, Hillary, Hillary. I was like dancing when I woke up. I was like, Hillary, Hillary. I went to bed because I was tired. I was like, Hillary, Hillary. And I woke up and Trump was goddamn president. I had to go to sleep because I was a taxi driver, you know? I woke up and Trump was president. I was like, how did the fuck did that happen? What? You know, and comes to find out later on, the country was not going to vote for Hillary. They just weren't. They thought of her as Hillary. They did. The right-wingers definitely thought that. But some of the leftists did too. And I swear to God, I got the Hillary thing from my mom. You know, she didn't believe it, but she told me what they thought. They thought what the press has said about them and all this stuff. And she knew that Hillary was a snake in a pantsuit. Everybody did. And so, and also, it's sort of weird for Christians to understand Hillary, who understood that her husband was cheating on her. Most Christians would push for a divorce at that point, even though they hate divorce. But if your husband is committing adultery, it's actually okay, I think, in the Christian community to divorce your husband. It's actually maybe bad for the family if you don't, you know, because he was committing adultery. He will burn in hell, and he will be condemned by his community, and he was condemned by the fucking nation, and he was condemned on the camera, and they're making fun of him, and they're making Netflix documentaries about it and joking about it and shit, or whatever it was. Is it Hulu or whatever it is? I don't know. But anyways, they're making documentaries still about the Clinton crime family or whatever it is, and like, why would they try to make Hillary run against, like, and honestly, the average people like me, I was an average person. I'm not now, maybe because I'm a streamer, but I was an average person then who really had no idea that she had this. I didn't like her because I knew she was running the CFR. I was like, fuck Hillary, and I'm not voting for her. Well, I did vote for her. I vote for her, but it took me weeks to get okay with it. I was like, I'm voting for her because it's a vote for vagina. It is a vote for vagina. I'm okay with the vote for vagina. I vote for vagina all the time. I like vagina. I don't care. You know, I want a vagina in the White House. I'm sick of the goddamn sausage fest. I think it's led us to a lot of war. I don't think women are likely to go to war because they understand what it costs to put a life. It takes 9 months. It's like Sarah Connor in Terminator 2 being like, fuck you, Miles Dyson. I don't think you do understand what it takes to put a life on the fucking planet. 9 months gestating in your belly, feeding it, watering it, keeping it alive for 18 years. And all this shit. She was just like screaming at this dude who had started the fucking war. And that's how I feel about this too. Like, I would prefer a female leader because they understand what it takes to put a goddamn life on the planet. Men just push the goddamn trigger. They just pull the trigger. They don't. Men are trigger men. I hate male leadership. I hate it. I'm okay with Ironside because at least she had a vagina and understood what it fucking takes to put a life on the planet, you know? And there wasn't a lot of war when she was around, no. So, like, yeah, so whatever, you know, whatever. This is how I feel about this, but it's just like, so why did Bernie step aside? It had to have been some kind of fucking political buy. Because he was winning. He was not only beating fucking, like, Clinton, he was beating Trump. And why would you step down? It would take, like, why? So why? Because Hillary got higher in the polls or something? Why? Sanders leveraged his delegates to secure what he called the most progressive platform in the history of the Democratic Party. Key concessions included Clinton's adoption of a $15 federal minimum wage, expanded health care access, and a tuition-free public college plan for families earning under $125,000. And so the Democrats just tried to buy our love like they always do. They're like, hey, do you want health care? You want a $15 minimum wage? Do you want $125,000 for college plans if you're young? And we did want it. But it still wasn't good enough. She was still Hillary in the eyes of the public. The only hope in that election to defeat Donald Trump would have been Bernie, and they had Bernie step aside. The Democrats had Bernie step aside in some kind of backroom fucking deal. And they're going to cite all these fucking reasons. Oh no, I guess Clinton did defeat him. Did Clinton defeat him, I guess? By June of that election year, which was like, you know, what, November is the election, so by June, July, August, September, November, so 5 months before. I thought it was only like 2 months, but it's, that is loud. I need to log off now. What are you shooting? Got to put down 30 things or whatever. Oh, right. I need to actually assign these ships because they are precious to my large miners. So we're going to shift click all of those. And then I'm going to go to Fleet 3. Defend Commander Alpha. So, Alpha Group, Beta Group, cool. Then, gonna, change. Why aren't you going over there? Camp pieces, foundations, walls, roofs. Reach that 7,600 build structures, so I'm just gonna, every time they have like a weekly or whatever, I'm just gonna do like 200 or whatever, and I'll eventually reach that 7,600. Because, I mean, reaching it normally isn't gonna happen. It's a dumb achieve. Okay, that should do for my weekly. Build a floor, wall, or roof in a workshop or camp. That didn't work? What? Okay, I gotta go, like, outside, I guess. Okay. If we can do that, I don't mind. Let's go. I want to go to my other camp over there by score base. Activate camp. Over encumbered. No, why am I over encumbered? Oops. 355 out of 348. Okay.
You have the interbranch play, which is Congress. One member of Congress said if there's complete defiance, they'll look at impeachment of President Trump. So this is a story that, on the one hand, still has a long ways to go when it comes to getting full compliance. That could be bad news for Trump if they drag this story out for months more. Nothing that his detractors would rather talk about more, perhaps, than this story. But there's also the pressure working. If you would have told anyone at the beginning of the year that Trump was going to lose the vote on this big issue and not have a single Republican senator with him, and that then they were going to force out a bunch of new documents, that alone would have seemed like a huge reversal of how things were going. So again, call it as we see it, going through the docs. Some of it might be dry and boring, but we are going to continue to comb through. I'll probably do more updates here on this YouTube channel. You can subscribe if you find this useful on these different categories, on what we're getting, and how the Trump administration responds if they're taken to court to complete a process that they long claimed they would support, but now they've been hiding, especially if they think anything cuts against Donald Trump.
Well, folks, it's over. Georgia has abandoned its election interference case against Donald Trump. That was the sweeping RICO prosecution we once expected.
Look at these busters, dude. Look at these biters. They saw my base, and look, they were just like, I can do it better. Because they can. Look at his score. Whatever. Wow. But look at these fucking biters, dude. It's like so bad. I came up with it. They all bid it. They like all bid it. They were like, but I mean, whatever. I started a fad. It's cool. I don't think I ever saw a base at this fucking monument before in the 5 years that I played. When I did it, suddenly I started seeing 50 other bases on my thing, taking up my spot, which was so fucking annoying. I started a fad. So fucking annoying. I guess I do sell to him, huh? Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna go get that low-hanging fruit before it's too late.
Expected to be the trial of the century, which leaves us with a stunning scenario.
Whole volume, like every video, you keep setting the volume to 100. It's driving me crazy. Stop doing it.
The President of the United States coordinated a scheme to falsify election results, bully public officials, and install illegitimate electors to keep himself in power, all to steal a lawful election he knew he lost. And you'd expect that to lead to the most consequential criminal trial in American history, right? A moment when the rule of law prevailed over breathtaking criminality. And it didn't fall apart because Trump's lawyers were brilliant. It fell apart because the prosecution self-destructed. So today, I'm going to tell you why this seminal case went up in flames and why no one in Georgia is left to make something out of the ashes. How exactly did we get here? In the 2020 election, Trump lost Georgia by 11,779 votes. Joe Biden won the state and the election. But Trump didn't concede. Instead, he launched a coordinated effort to reverse the result. That effort unfolded in stages. First came the fake electors. In December of 2020, Trump supporters met in Georgia and signed certificates falsely claiming that Trump had won the state and that they were, quote, the duly elected and qualified presidential electors. Trump's allies then transmitted these fake documents to Congress as part of the formal Electoral College process. Prosecutors later charged these acts as forgery, false statements, and filing false documents. Next came direct pressure on state officials. In January of 2021, Trump personally called Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and asked him to find enough votes to change the outcome of the election. Prosecutors argued that this wasn't just political rhetoric. Under Georgia law, they said, it amounted to the solicitation of a public officer to violate his oath of office. Then came the voting system breach. Trump-aligned operatives gained unauthorized access to voting machines in Coffee County, Georgia. They copied sensitive election data and distributed it to people who were trying to overturn Biden's victory. This conduct later formed the basis for the computer trespass charges in the Georgia indictment. Prosecutors argued that these weren't isolated acts. They were coordinated steps in a larger conspiracy to overturn the election. After a lengthy investigation, a Fulton County grand jury returned a sweeping indictment charging Trump and 18 co-defendants. Trump himself faced 13 felony counts. The state tied these episodes together under Georgia's expansive RICO statute, alleging that they were all part of a single enterprise working towards a common goal: to overturn Georgia's lawful election results. To secure a conviction under Georgia's RICO law, prosecutors had to prove 4 elements: an enterprise, a pattern of racketeering activity, participation in the conspiracy, and intent. The first 3 of these elements were largely structural. The 4th, intent, was always the pressure point. Prosecutors alleged Trump directed, encouraged, or knowingly benefited from the conduct of others, and that he continued pushing fraud claims even after he was told that they were false. The defense said that Trump truly believed he had won the election. All of this set up what should have been one of the most consequential criminal trials in American history. But it never happened. Because the same choices that made the Georgia case so formidable on paper also made it uniquely vulnerable to collapse. So, the indictment that Fani Willis brought in Georgia was sprawling and complicated. But for Trump's fiercest critics, this was the kind of indictment that they could only dream of. The one that finally laid out the entire narrative of his post-election conduct. And it went after not just Trump, but the whole gang of people who allegedly joined the effort to overturn the 2020 election. But that same go big or go home strategy that made this case so historic also made it incredibly risky. And the stakes couldn't have been higher. Because in some ways, the Georgia case was the single biggest long-term legal threat to Donald Trump. Here's why. State charges, unlike federal ones, can't be pardoned by a future president. A president can't order a state prosecution dismissed either. There's no Attorney General Pam Bondi to swoop in and shut the whole thing down. That's why many observers saw Georgia as the ultimate accountability backstop. Even if the federal cases from Jack Smith got stalled or dismissed, the Georgia prosecution was supposed to be the one case that could still move forward. The one case Trump couldn't control. The one case to rule them all, and in the darkness legally bind him. But the case fell apart, and I wish I was making this up, because of an intra-office love affair. So let's talk about Nathan Wade. That's this guy, standing next to Fani Willis as she announced the 41-count indictment against Trump and multiple co-defendants on August 13th, 2023. Wade was a lawyer Willis hired back in 2021 as a special prosecutor. In Georgia, that means that he was essentially a contractor, an attorney who is paid hourly, not a salaried DA's office employee. And at first, things looked great with Wade at the helm. The prosecution racked up early wins. 4 defendants, Scott Hall, Sidney Powell, Kenneth Chesbro, and Jenna Ellis, took plea deals. Prosecutors blocked efforts to move the case to federal court by defendants like Mark Meadows and Jeffrey Clark. Judge Scott McAfee rejected multiple defense challenges to the indictment. But the same guy helping deliver those wins is the one who ultimately helped blow the whole thing up. The fuse was lit in January of 2024 when defense lawyer Ashley Merchant filed a bombshell motion. Merchant, who represented Trump co-defendant Mike Roman, alleged that Willis and Wade were in an improper, clandestine romantic relationship, both before and after Wade was hired to lead the Trump case. Documents Merchant obtained through public records request showed that Willis's office had paid Wade over $650,000, despite him having limited experience prosecuting RICO cases. Merchant claimed that Wade used taxpayer-funded income to take Willis on luxury trips to Napa Valley, Aruba, the Bahamas, and more. Based on these facts, Merchant asked Judge McAfee to disqualify Willis, Wade, and the entire Fulton County DA's office from the Trump prosecution. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. Office romances happen, and these are two lawyers on the same side of the case. So what? But the defense based their argument on Georgia law governing conflicts of interest. Prosecutors can be disqualified if they develop a financial stake in securing a conviction. The defense theory was this: if Wade was being paid to prosecute the case and then using that money to take Willis on expensive vacations, then Willis had a financial interest in keeping the prosecution alive. So essentially, the defense accused the two of running a kind of kickback scheme, or at least something like it. Willis responded with a 200-page brief admitting that she and Wade had a personal relationship. But the prosecution maintained that the relationship began only in 2022, after Wade's appointment to the case as special prosecutor. That distinction was critical because the defense needed to show that Willis hired Wade because of their relationship and that she stood to gain financially from his role in the Trump case. To that end, Willis and Wade also disputed that Willis had financially benefited from Wade's employment. They asserted that their finances were kept completely separate and that their travel expenses during vacations were split roughly evenly. Finally, the district attorney's office cited case law in which Georgia courts have held that personal relationships among lawyers do not in and of themselves create an impermissible conflict of interest. But the defense immediately shot back, claiming that Willis and Wade's relationship began before, not after Wade was hired. So they basically accused Willis and Wade of lying to the court. That factual dispute set the stage for a dramatic, almost surreal two-day evidentiary hearing featuring testimony from the prosecutors themselves, Wade's ex-lawyer and business partner, a former governor of the state of Georgia, and even Bonnie Willis's dad. Among other Real Housewives-worthy moments, we got testimony from Nathan Wade himself, who asserted that Willis reimbursed him in cash for the thousands of dollars he spent on their vacations, and who claimed that the relationship with Willis began in 2022, but that they were no longer dating anymore.
You don't have a single solitary deposit slip to corroborate or support any of your allegations that you were paid by Mrs. Willis in cash, do you?
No, sir.
Not a single solitary one.
Not a one.
There was also testimony from a former friend and employee of Willis, Robin Yurty, who contradicted Wade's testimony, saying that the relationship between Willis and Wade started years earlier, but who also couldn't remember virtually any specifics about it.
The first time that you spoke to Ms. Willis about her relationship, romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, do you happen to remember what Ms. Willis said? In essence, not word for word, but in essence what she said.
No. Then there was Willis's unforgettable courtroom entrance, in which she stormed into court demanding to testify and correct what she called the lies put forward by the defense.
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Willis's testimony also gave us some truly iconic one-liners, including,
"A man is not a plan. The only man who's ever put my bills completely is my daddy." You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
In the end, the defense hadn't really shown an actual conflict of interest. But the timeline evidence was murky enough that it raised real questions about whether Willis and Wade had been fully truthful with the court. None of it looked good. Judge McAfee's ruling in March of 2024 basically said just that. He refused to disqualify Willis.
I'm not on trial. It is a lie. It is a lie.
There was Willis's unforgettable courtroom entrance, in which she stormed into court demanding to testify and correct what she called the lies put forward by the defense.
So let's be clear, because you lied in this.
Ooh, I want to watch this. Let's go look at this. It's somebody who actually has a soul. I didn't think there was any of them left in the system. It's insane. D.A. Willis.
Any of you that want to avail yourself of the overflow room as well. This is a Senate committee hearing. This is not a courtroom. There is no judge in the room. We will adjudicate the meeting today per the Senate rules and Mason's manual. We have the Secretary of the Senate available to advise us if there's any considerations. Governor Barnes, you are here as counsel for...
I've been
prohibited from giving a statement.
Yes, so again, this is going to be analogous. I know it's been a while since you've been in the state Senate. You've had an illustrious career since then. As you know, committee testimony is different than courtroom procedures, and there's...
Danny Willis is the district attorney of Fulton County, Atlanta. She called Trump and allied criminals 2 days ago. We're going to watch that.
There's generally not opening statements in Senate committee testimony,
I've never known an investigative committee that did not allow opening statements.
We will...
Now, I want to go back. I'm going to come to this one that I'm 2.5 minutes into, but I want to see... Yeah, we could do TYT. Yeah, I kind of wanted to boil it down because it's 2 hours long. Yeah, give me the cuts. I don't want to do the whole
District Attorney Fonda Willis.
As much as I'd like to do that, there's actually good stuff on YouTube this week. So I want to get to the next thing. So I don't want to do a 2 hour fucking thing. I want the boiler moments.
Was the only prosecutor
Some of it's stupid and boring. Let's go.
who successfully put Trump behind bars temporarily. He had to take his fingerprints like everybody else.
Wow, she put Trump behind bars?
He had a mug shot that was blasted across
She actually put him behind bars?
the media because he had to make that ride to the Fulton County, Georgia jail. Well, that DA was part of a kangaroo court.
Thank you for TYT. I love you, TYT. I'm not a libertarian or whatever it is you guys are. I am progressive, but I am the greener side of their progressive, right? And I do respect TYT quite a lot. They tell the truth most of the time.
Excuse me, against her. And this kangaroo court was developed
I've heard some bad things out of them, but I'm not,
just to provide
stuff that makes me want to
this
cancel them, though.
type of questioning. Let's go to it. Here it is.
How does this assist you in developing laws for Georgia? Because I believe the purpose that I'm here for is because you all need assistance in doing your job, and you want assistance with rules and regulations around how people should be a prosecutor. And it made sense to me that you'd come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you and what the purpose of me being here is.
The date that I have is January 24th of 2022. Does that seem like it's within the range of being the correct date?
So I already stated I don't trust you. I understand you're trying to run for lieutenant governor right now. Anything you want me to testify to, I'm going to need to see. I don't see how it's relevant
I love this woman.
to what your alleged purpose is. Now, your real purpose is to try to get elected, which I would say, Georgia, please, let's elect any lieutenant governor but this one.
That's just the beginning. You have to understand the
her.
context here. They basically made 3 separate laws in order to regulate, by way of the Georgia legislature, elected prosecutors locally. They said, oh, no, this has nothing to do with Fonda Willis and her prosecution of Trump, even though clearly she was the target. So there's a Senate committee. This Senate committee utilized the disguise of open information. Just want to get better clarity on how we should regulate prosecutors. It was a setup from the beginning. So she went into this meeting with the same level of respect that they created the committee, political. And so she turned the political tables around to to let people know, make them aware. But this one, he's running for lieutenant governor, so he's trying to get his popularity in here. Well, this one over here, he's just a damn joke. And the questions aren't even relevant to the formation of the committee. There's more. Here it is.
Prior to you being sworn in as district attorney, is it your testimony today that you did not have any conversation with Mr. Wade about investigating the 2020 election?
Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question. And he was a leader to that team and a public servant. And for that, him like me has been threatened thousands of times. You want something to investigate as a legislature? Investigate how many times they called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted? If you want something to do with your time that makes sense. And you can use all this in your campaign ad. You attacked Fonnie Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
In the state of Georgia, typically...
Never mind. I'm watching the entire fucking thing. I didn't think I had the time. I've got the time for this lady. I really feel like it's really been a long time since I've seen somebody in a courtroom who had a soul. And it's really amazing to fucking see it. Yeah, ban states from regulating on. Yeah. This one's good. It's 5 minutes long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Clark.
Yeah, now, one of the things about AOC is I think Bernie took a dive, and I think they bought him or something. I don't know. He started losing, right? He started losing. But he shouldn't have bowed out. I don't know. We didn't know till Election Day. He shouldn't have bowed out. Maybe he loses. Fine. At least Trump maybe... I don't know.
And I want to thank...
They thought it was the right move to make. I don't know. I don't think it was the right move to make to take Bernie out. I think it was the right move to make to take fucking Hillary out.
Our witnesses for offering all of their expertise today.
Bernie wasn't besmirched. Hillary was. She works for the CFR. She's besmirched. Like fucking total. I wouldn't even go in the same room as her, honestly. And I don't hate her. I don't mean to be mean to her or negative or stuff. I do not trust the CFR, and I do not trust like Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton because of the Glass-Steagall Act. So now Bernie seems crooked to me because he took some dive or something, but I would have rather if he had just played it out. I would have felt better if Trump had won, if Bernie had stayed in. But Bernie bombed out, and they were trying to confirm it. But in confirming it, I think they lost. I think the world looked at that Democratic collusion where they had one of their guys take a dive and forced them to vote for Hillary if they wanted to be Democrats. I mean, you guys didn't talk about that in the DNC. You didn't talk about how some of these guys aren't idiots and they know she runs the CFR and she's crooked. So then you force Bernie to take the bomb, and some Democrats either probably didn't vote or they fucking voted for Trump because they were like, I'm not voting for Hillary. And I swear to God, there is leftists like that who really didn't like her because she's CFR. And so they were like, well, Trump isn't CFR. And they were right. And I swear to God, this affected the election. I would have preferred Bernie stayed in. So then, and then Bernie and AOC this year were like hand and thumb. I almost thought they might be fucking. It was crazy. They were like hand in glove, going to all these no kings all over the country and stuff and leading the nation when Trump wasn't doing it. I swear to God, they actually were. So I loved them. It was like Yoda connected with Princess Amidala, and they fucking toured and brought love and peace to the country. And it's like, no kings, no kings. And the messages were good, and the delivery was good, and we attended, and it was good, and we were able to participate in democracy when we weren't normally able to do that. Piece of shit fucking orange faces usually dominated, So, but then Bernie took the dive, and I've never trusted him. I love him, but I don't trust him, I'll be honest. I don't trust him. Something happened with that Democrat election, and I do believe Bernie was part of it. It's fucking annoying. So then I view Bernie as besmirched, kind of, too. I do, because he involved himself in some way with Hillary, and he did some CFR thing, and I swear to God, they threw the election, and then we got stuck with Trump for 2 different fucking terms over fucking, like, 12 years, which is just insane. And then Sleepy Joe, asleep at the switch, you know, and, Donald Trump is asleep at the switch. They've been saying in the news for a year he's asleep at the switch. It's banned him running the country. It's fucking stupid. And AOC was hand in glove with Bernie, which makes me feel like she might be besmirched by orange faces. But she's saying these crazy things against him, calling for his downfall. So, but remember the whole thing about shaping the narrative from the P. Diddy trial. The shape of the narrative is timely in a way where it's like almost scripted. And they want us to trust AOC if she calls for his downfall. And but it all seems so nice. It all seems so like, where were you guys a year ago? The libs are starting to actually do something. You're like releasing the files, it seems like, even if they are redacted, and I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. But like, you're like maybe taking a shot at these shitheads who ruined our country. And it's like, weird, where were you like a year ago? You suddenly have timing now, you're suddenly winning things, you're suddenly actually maybe getting these guys like thrown in jail maybe? Fighting them in their fucking court cases instead of just sitting there with dead faces. Where were you a year ago? This fiery AOC, we're gonna have to see that. But I mean, yeah. So what's her Fannie Willis? Fannie Willis. So we're gonna type in Fannie Willis and see what pops. This was the 2-hour thing. Forbes trying to maybe say, no, Forbes was just saying she did it, but this is the whole 3 hour and 42 fucking minute thing.
We will proceed with the
test because I am a legal eagle, kind of. You know, I actually really love the law. I could see passing it so I could fucking sue fucking orange faces. Just I could see how a man could derive a lot of satisfaction how out of getting kids disability appeals and suing the government and elder law and like maybe running a firm to do that stuff and finally suing the orange faces, you know, like actually suing them. Like, we heard that you didn't put sprinklers in that building. Why weren't you sued for gross negligence? And then just being another suitor in the 500 trials he's facing. But I would like to get justice for that. It's been sticking in my craw for years that I knew that, and he was still in power. You know, like those deaths that he caused in the Trump Tower with his slumlord fucking greed. We don't normally let people walk after they do stuff like that. Why don't we get him for that? That's another thing we can just tack him for. It's insane. That's death. That's better. Death is always better in a prosecution for sinking somebody than a rape charge or a collusion charge or a perjury charge or an election fraud charge. If you get him on murder for fucking, or like, it wouldn't be murder, but it's like tortious neglect or whatever it is. It's like criminal homicide. It's like criminal neglect or something really nasty thing for like 5 years in jail, you know?
In order to win.
It's just like, God damn it. Like, people never think about it, but somewhere in this country, and I'm advocating for victims here, it's easy to do, and it makes me sound good, and it's good for the camera and stuff. But somewhere in this country is the families of those people that burned in that fucking tower. And they're not being acknowledged by the country. You gotta imagine how, I mean, there's all these victims in the fucking, in the Epstein thing that Trump might be involved with. And that's terrible. But we got him for murder. I mean, it is kind of murder. It's like if you are the executive who owns that building and it's your say whether or not you put water sprinklers in your fucking building. You say no, you don't want to pay, it's expensive and stuff, and then you don't put residential sprinklers in a fucking high-rise tower. And an inevitable fire starts because they're human beings and error happens. Where are they to go? Do they just burn? And that's tortious, homicidal negligence. And I don't even think there's a charge for it. It's so fucking crass and vulgar. I don't know what it is. It's like it's criminal negligence. It's homicide maybe. It's like it's definitely depraved. These are nastier charges than what you guys want him for. And they are things he's guilty of. It's like depraved indifference of human life, I think, is one of those charges they can put him for in New York. It's depraved indifference, and that is a felony charge with, like, it carries 5 years. You could probably ding him for 5 years each if we had a competent prosecutor like Fannie Willis. Like she is a competent prosecutor. She went after him for electoral fraud, though, because she was so pissed off. He was saying that these right-wing Georgian officials that he called up and tried to give him a piece of paper saying that he won the election, so they should call it and shit like this. She was so pissed off because she was like, that's my county, motherfucker. I live here. Don't be doing that shit here. So she went after him, you know. She got him in jail for a day, which is insane. And like, but maybe what they should have done is have who's the New York lady? She's why are all the female prosecutors like black and female? It seems odd, sort of, like, but okay. LA prosecutors, black and female. The fucking New York prosecutors, black and female. The Atlanta prosecutors, black and female. It's an odd thing, because usually, I would say, prosecutors are like this fiery pastor type, or sorry, fiery priest type thing. Yeah, women are good in the role, but it's weird to see like all the major cities have female like prosecutors. It's awesome, but but it is odd. Isn't that a sausage fest usually? It's awesome to fucking see. Maybe things are fucking changing, you know. We had Kamala on the West, and we have New York lady. Who's the New York female prosecutor? I can't think of her name. Letitia James. Letitia James should have prosecuted Trump for the fucking murder and just get him off the streets. Because not only is it dangerous if he's a slumlord long ago, but there's no statute of limitation on that tortious negligent homicide, and there's you can still get him for that. And if he caused a death in that fucking building because of his greed, you can get him for that, and that will sink him. That'll sink him. Then all the other people that are after him will just come after him while he's in jail, and he's done for you. He's out of your way. But like. That thing about the sprinklers in the fucking tower, I've been saying it for like 4 years, and I don't know why we don't go back to that. That should be the solution, because you have him for murder. Why are you fucking around with the electoral fraud that you can't even seem to prove, I guess? Or you did, you got him, but he just didn't go to jail again. He just didn't go to jail. He went to jail for a day, and then he's walked on out.
Statewide, you have to run against Atlanta. It's an interesting.
So we're gonna watch the whole thing, so I don't need him. I'm going to close that one. I want to do this one. I'm desperate to do this one, and I want to finish this one. But what she's saying in this video, I don't have the context for, so we're going to go get the context.
Testimony and
so I got kind of like dumped into a fucking 2-hour like 4-hour legal battle, I think. But I don't know if it's always her. It's going to be fucking boring. I think I'm going to try and skip through stuff if she's not there.
Hours before the deadline for the release of the full Epstein case files, and only some have been released. Much of it redacted, the information still hidden. And what's there is not what survivors were looking for. Among the most prominent items released, photos of a famous Democrat.
Photos tonight of many of the powerful who ran in convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's circle. Bill Clinton seems swimming in a pool with Ghislaine Maxwell and another one.
Wow.
Woman with her face redacted.
What the fuck are you doing with Ghislaine, Bill?
Clinton with another.
Well, I guess she was a Ghislaine and you used her.
Known woman on his lap. Celebrities too, including Michael.
I ever fucking liked you. That's enough. I think the implication is enough for me. If you're in a pool with Ghislaine Maxwell, I think it's enough. You're on swimming relations with Ghislaine Maxwell, are ya? Swimming pools with Ghislaine Maxwell often? The fuck are you doing with Michael Jackson, yo? Oprah. Why is he with Michael Jackson and Oprah?
Michael Jackson and Diana Ross.
Oh no, that was Diana Ross. I'm sorry, that was Oprah. It's hard to tell.
On his lap. Celebrities too.
Wait, what?
Dean Circle. Bill Clinton seems swimming in a pool with
Oh my God, we're gonna be crunching on this for days.
Ghislaine Maxwell and another woman with her face redacted. Clinton with another unknown woman.
Is she 16? She's 16. Is she 16? She's got her face blocked. She must be 16. If she's an adult, they would just use her for cannon fodder. She's a minor. He's got a 16-year-old girl in his lap. What the fuck am I looking at? We always knew you were a fucking douchebag, you know? But now we know. Now we really, really know. We weren't in the office with you when you got that blowjob, and it really bothered us. We should have been, because it was the Oval Office. Should have been cameras in there. But we are with you for this, you fucking asshole. You and all your little child molester fucking friends in the CFR, or whatever the fuck it is. I want you out. I want you in behind bars. I want you behind bars. Convictions for child molestation. I can't believe I'm saying it. For Bill Clinton.
On his lap.
There's no statute on that, on rape. There's no statute on rape. If she can't give consent, she's too young. There's no statute on rape. I want Bill Clinton behind bars today. 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 Bill Clinton behind bars today, or I don't want the country anymore. I don't want your leadership anymore. Bill Clinton behind bars today. Trump behind bars today. You guys have been something you've been hiding from us. That hiding is done now. You're behind bars now. I'll suss it out while you sit behind bars.
Celebrities, too, including Michael Jackson.
What the fuck are you doing with Michael Jackson and Diana Ross? But that's not that sus. That's not that sus. They're all such dumb cults of personality people. But are they buying children from fucking Jeffrey Epstein? Women can be rapists.
Jackson and Diana Ross. Epstein with Mick Jagger and
Yeah, you got them moves like Jagger, do you?
Chris Tucker with Maxwell. Many of the records are heavily redacted. Survivors say suspiciously so, including
Donald Trump.
Epstein grand jury records. We do see Epstein's book of contact.
We told you, shitheads. We told you. We told you he was like this. We were like, beauty pageants. Grab her by the pussy. Our beautiful dark secret vagina poem. Pictures of Jeffrey. We told you he was like this. We told you he was fucking like this. There it is. See it? Trump and Ivana. When she was like 16, the years, they counted the years of when that lady was born. She was honest about when she was born, and they know when she was 16, and he was with her when she was 16. Jesus Christ, or whatever it is. Oh my God, is it Ivanka or Ivana? I can't even keep them all straight. It was Ivana, I think. I can't remember. I can't keep their crime family straight. You voted for a crime family the same way we did. We got to get rid of both parties. They've been infiltrated. Let's let some third parties run. I want like 9 new entities that represent the left, the right, and all the spectrums of it. I don't want the Democrats and the Republicans anymore. It's obvious that both their heads are child molesters. I don't want their fucking parties anymore. I don't want them. I don't trust AOC. I'm gonna go listen to her, but I don't trust her. I think she's just another pawn in their fucking child molestation, non-disclosure agreement game of chess. And I'm sorry, I just don't
with the
believe in these parties anymore. My faith is completely shaken in my government, and I want them out of here now.
Name of President Trump, his late wife, and his daughter, Ivanka.
I don't know. When does the public just kind of sweep through and just fire all these people and don't even ask them about the rules or anything like that? I think we kind of do need to fire these people. I don't know. Wipe them all out, get them out of there, fire the whole lot of them, the entire Congress and the fucking president. They're like Peter Robes evil. I don't know if you know what that means, but they're like Peter Robes, like child molester evil. And I just don't. I just won't. I'd rather have the revolution spark the blood in the palace, like Star of the Guardians, than like and depose Peter Robes and fucking Derek Sagan, and fucking, you know, depose fucking these shitheads who just use child sex as non-disclosure agreement fuel to run their behind-the-scenes politics. And they have Bernie Throw, and they have AOC Dance, and I don't know what to do.
A list of girls or young women listed as masseuses keeps the names private, but shows there were more than
Why is there a big black box on this? We told you to release the files. If you don't release the files, we will release you. You serve at the fucking... You serve at the pleasure of the public. You must release these files. Why are they redacted? I'll redact your fucking ass out of our government, and both sides too. Who in that Justice Department blacked out this fucking this piece of paper? You know this is the most sensitive document of all fucking time. If you redact any of it, I'm gonna redact you, motherfucker. I'm gonna redact you out of my goddamn government. You're complicit with them.
250.
How confident are you at the end of the day?
Brave enough to say this stuff. It's insane. You would think all the fucking idiot Carlsons of the world or whatever, Tucker Carlsons of the world would say this stuff. But no, I'm like the only person in the world to actually have a soul and point at you for what you are and say what the public is thinking.
At the end of this period, you'll get everything.
I don't feel tremendously confident that everything will come out.
Survivors, including Annie Farmer, have been fighting for years for the release of records and say they're frustrated these records are incomplete.
There's been a lot of effort and money and time put into redactions, not to protect victims, but to protect people in power.
Many of the records released have long been public already, including videos in the jail the night.
When I look at this, I see evidence of video interference right here. Right here. You can see the pixel line all the way the fuck down it. And this side of this video is absolutely the fuck doctored. I can fucking see it. I can see the fucking line. It's right there. It cuts right on down it, motherfucker. This video is fucking doctored. It's doctored. They killed him. They killed him so he wouldn't talk about Trump. It's a line. I can fucking see it. Also, look at this corner. Look at this fucking corner. Does that seem right to you? Do you see that corner right there? See that little corner right there? Who the fuck builds a wall in a prison with like an L-shaped fucking thing like this? See it? Like, I don't believe this image. Who the fuck puts like the cell at the top of the stairs where nobody can rush the door? I don't buy this image. I'm sorry, I just don't. You can see the evidence of the video doctoring right the fuck here. And look at this. What the fuck is this? I kept wondering what it is about this picture that I don't like. And it's like, look at this fucking picture. Who the fuck? Okay, I want to meet the man who designed this prison, who thought that this L-shaped corner that kind of tucks into the fucking wall, thought it would be good architecture into this cell door. Is it like I mean, maybe modified, I guess, but no. It looks like this side of the fucking image has been superimposed over the left side of the image. And some entry or something has been fucking, you know what it reminds me of? Rising Sun. It's like the plot from fucking Rising Sun. In Rising Sun, it was a clock that finally gave away the murderer. But in this, I think it's actually the corner of the baseboard. Do you see it? Look at the fucking baseboard. It's as crooked as the fucking day is long or whatever. That, like, what is it? It's like a weird L-shaped fucking curve. I'm gonna zoom in on it. Give me a fucking, what are those called? Magnifier. Give me the magnifier. Yeah, give me the magnifier. I want to meet. I'm serious about this too. I really feel this way. I want to meet.
Epstein died, which is...
Nope, stop it. Nope, stop it. You have taken control of my computer. Stop doing what you're doing, you fucking worthless piece of shit fucking cocksucker developer. Stop taking control of my video. Stop doing it.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ouija Jang.
The fuck's your fucking problem, asshole software developer? Get out of this business. You have no idea how to design fucking YouTube. Get out of this business. So, Where were we? I want to see that cell again. Where was the cell again? There it is. So skip back just a little bit.
Victims, but to protect people in power.
Many of the
There
records
it is.
released have long been public already, including
What
videos
are
in
you doing?
the jail the night
You're like putting something under the door? Okay. So here, give me a magnifier. Don't fuck with me this time, shithead. Don't fuck with me, Microsoft software developer. Just give me what I want. Oh my god, you're so dumb. What are you doing? Okay, this. You see it? It's a doctored fucking photo. You can see the line carving down. It's like visible. You can see the fucking line. You can see where they superimposed. I don't think this is the cell at all. I don't even think this is the cell that they killed him in or whatever. You can see the line or whatever happened. I don't know. I'm not making that allegation. So, see the line, right? See the L-shaped fucking corner that no architect has ever designed a building like? Do you see how no architect in history has ever made, maybe that Grover House guy, but no, prison architects are very, 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 very disciplined. You know, they make video games about it. Prison architects are very, very disciplined. And this concept of L-shaped corner that bends around like the magic bullet in the fucking JFK case is clear that this fucking video has been doctored. It's fucking clear. You couldn't convince me otherwise. You could talk me for 50 years, it wouldn't matter. I still think that this is a doctored video. I fucking think with all my heart and soul, you'll never be able to convince me otherwise. What the fuck is that corner? Do you see it? What the fuck is that? It's not the corner of a fucking wall. It's a doctored photo. It's one baseboard of a one wall being doctored over another baseboard on another wall. That's what it is. It's the baseboard. And just like Rising Sun, they gave themselves away. They didn't think about the other minor stuff in the fucking shot. And they just tossed the video out, a doctored video, because they're probably on cocaine or something while they fuck their children or something dumb. I really think they are like this. It's fucking stupid. So they like play spy and they're like, ha ha ha, we doctored the video. But then they don't think about how the baseboard is like the magic bullet in the JFK case. It's like there. Walls aren't like this in any building. You just can't get a wall like this. I challenge you to try to do it. Look at this weird symmetrical shit in a prison. That's not how prisons are. Prisons are like perfectly symmetrical. You ever been to one? They're like boxes. They're like boxes on purpose because they control each area like a quadrant or something. So like, why would you fucking doctor this video this fucking bad? You can fucking see that the baseboard is doctored to some other wall. Why would you put a light into the corner of the fucking room with no symmetry whatsoever? You can tell the light is symmetrical, just not to this wall, because they're separate walls. You can tell that the light is right there. The light's fucking right the fuck there. This is really, really dark for how close that light is. You see it? This is almost like later at night, something darkness. You see it? That light is like 6 inches away. And it is tilted in a way where it's meant to get the whole fucking hallway, right? See it? And it is not lighting this area because they're separate fucking shots. You can fucking see it. I'm going to go to my grave believing this. This is my fucking, I'm not saying it's like this. I'm just saying this is my fucking, this is my estimation of it. This is what I see. I'm telling you what I think. I really think that this is a doctor fucking video. I never thought this before because I didn't catch it. I caught it now. See it? Weird fucking baseboard right there, but it makes sense. But it was also like, why would you baseboard into a fucking empty air? It's sort of weird. It's just sort of weird. I think these are doctored, really, really doctored cell videos. And so like, yeah, that whole bent fucking corner, it looks like a mountaintop. It's so crazy. You ever see mountaintops like the Colorado mountains on the license plates and stuff? You ever seen the Colorado mountain license plates? That's how crooked this baseboard is. It's like a mountain. See, it's like der. What is that? What is that baseboard? It's not real. It's 2 doctored images. I'm going to get off it.
Epstein died, which had been obtained months ago by CBS News.
And Scott, the Justice Department clearly made a decision here to only release some of the files. Have they commented on why?
Yeah, they sent a letter to Congress tonight, Ouija, defending what they've released, arguing it's being transparent, but it's also protecting the victims. But I can tell you, the bipartisan group...
You're not protecting the victims, you're protecting the child rapists. You redacted half of everything. You are protecting the fucking rapists. The victims are throwing press conferences demanding that you unredact. And they're like, you are not protecting us. The victims themselves are telling you in press conferences that you are not protecting them, and you are lying. You're lying, and all your media's lying, and everybody's lying.
In Congress that push for this release, Ouija, they're not satisfied.
Yeah, the victims do not want the victims do not want these black boxes. They don't want those black boxes. They need to know what happened to their fucking families. This will put you in prison, this sort of stuff. This will get you there.
They're calling for a hearing or a potential legal challenge to force...
Okay, so if it was Democrats in charge of releasing the documents in the DOJ, how does that work? Who redacted in the DOJ? I want their jobs. Jesus fucking Christ.
More files to be made public.
And we know you'll be following that. Scott, thank you.
So I don't close this because it's like a long chain of stuff that I queued up back at like 4 p.m. or something like that. So... random attack on a 75-year-old woman in downtown Seattle.
Developing tonight, new video shows the shocking attack on an elderly woman standing outside the King County Courthouse. A man armed with a board that had a spike through it hit the 75-year-old woman in the face, blinding her. KOMO's Jeremy Harris spoke with the woman's family and uncovered disturbing details about the suspect's reputation for attacking people on 3rd Avenue in downtown Seattle. Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeanette Markin came down here to pick up a food order in Pioneer Square when she was attacked. Now, I just got videos through a public records request that show what happened. We're going to pause the video before...
That's enough. I want to be able to sleep tonight. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What's happening to my country?
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today, I will offer an update on the case of Rob Reiner. I will start with a brief background of this case.
It's off topic.
If either one of you and Madam DA.
No, I can't do 4 hours of this. I can't do that. I just don't have that kind of time. I should go back to the other video. Let's go look at the inflammatory stuff and at the edit, I guess, because I just don't have 4 fucking hours to listen to a court trial. I don't really I do. I guess. Let's go listen to it.
Is that the preferred title? Is how you'd like to refer to you?
Either District Attorney Willis or Madam DA.
Perfect. We'll go with either one of those. Thank you for being here today. Please do pull that microphone closer or lean forward.
He's angry at these white people. So am I. I'm so angry at them.
When you speak, I'll try to get the volume adjusted so that everyone can hear it.
I doubt anyone will have trouble hearing me.
Fair enough.
I like her.
Just love if you could take a minute, walk us through your career history. I know that
I'm the same way. I've never ever been accused of speaking too softly, except for when I had COVID. Like seriously, like I've never ever had it. I've never ever in my life had somebody say speak up. It's just never happened. I'm so fucking loud, and she's probably the same way.
Have a 30-year
I like her a lot. I want to marry her. Is she single?
Legal history. If you could just tell the committee.
My age. I'm serious. Hey, are you single? Because I'll be a good man. I'll be a good man for you, like Fanny. I like you, Fanny. I like you so much already. Please kick these white men's asses. I love you so much.
Your path to becoming the district attorney in Fulton County.
Well, I went to the best university in the nation, Howard University. Matriculated through there in 3.5 years and graduated December of '92.
3.5 years.
Although I walked in May of 1993,
This lady is smart, like really smart. Like I would never try to pull something like a wool over her eyes or anything like that. This lady probably knows what the other 10 people around her are thinking. This lady, you don't fuck with her. She will wreck you.
Down to Georgia because I was admitted.
She'll find some way. She'll figure out some fucking case file 50 years ago. She'll fuck you. Do not mess with this woman. You're fucking stupid.
One of the top 25 law schools in the country.
She's like listing these credentials because she wants you to know she's going to own you. It's kind of like 50 Cent. You know, it's sort of insane. She's here to wreck you. She really doesn't like you, and she doesn't like what you guys have been doing.
Emory University School of Law. While at Emory University School of Law, for the first time in Emory's history, I won the Frederick Douglass Moot Court Competition, which is a national competition put on by the Black Law Students Association. Successfully matriculated through, took the Georgia bar because the Olympics was that year. That was the last year that you could take the bar while still in law school. So during my last semester of law school, I took the bar and passed on the first try.
Go Fanny! I'm a fucking fan! I'm a fan! I love you, Fanny.
Became a lawyer. I worked for a small law.
It's a real American fucking prosecutor with actual fucking like history and speaks like a human.
Law firm with Alvin Kendall. Alvin Kendall has a great knack for picking talent because at that law firm at the time was myself and the former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who will be a great candidate for governor of this state.
I love Keisha.
And is now running for office. Also, Teresa Mann, who is a judge in the.
I want black women leading this country. They know firsthand how bad it's got.
City of Atlanta court, and another lawyer by the name of Carl Touchtone. We represented people in both criminal and civil cases. I worked there for a small time. I then left that law firm and opened up my own law practice where I practiced both juvenile law, criminal law, did some family stuff. Young practitioner. I did that out of Douglas County, Georgia, but I represented people in the entire metro area during that time. Got married, had 2 children, became a solicitor, needed a kind of a more calm life, so I went to work for Raines Carter, who's been the longest standing solicitor, I think, in the country at this point. Worked for him for some time, applied to become a district attorney, worked there approximately 16 years, tried every type of case you can imagine, but I was really a murder prosecutor. That's what I do best. But also at that time tried the longest case in Georgia's history, which is the Atlanta Public Schools case, a RICO case. That's how I became acquainted with John Floyd, because he taught me RICO inside and out. And taught me how you can use that to bring criminals to justice, which I've done throughout my career successfully. Worked there, then decided to leave to run for office. Ran for judge, came up 49%, I believe, is the percentage of the vote that I won. Actually went to a Republican strategist. He told me, because I went to...
She's not corrupt like you. She's gonna wreck you, you fucking idiots. Why did you fucking go and stick your thumb up this lady's butthole? She's gonna fucking wreck you. You're dumb. I would never, ever cross this lady. You guys are so dumb. You went down to her county, you tried to commit your piece of shit right-wing presidential fucking electoral fraud in her fucking county, and she's now here like fire and brimstone to fucking nail you to the fucking cross, you assholes. You went around Georgian Republicans and accused them of fucking election interference. And she's gonna wreck your fucking face. She's probably leftist now. She wasn't back then. Jesus
to a runoff.
Christ,
Republicans will not vote for you. And I said, why?
Yeah, is Fannie Willis Republican, though? I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Because remember, the Georgian Republicans were who they tried to trick into saying he was president. So it's like, is she one of those Georgia Republicans? Is kind of is what I'm asking. Fannie Willis. Let's take a look. Who is she now? She's the district attorney. So she's the DA of Fulton County, right? She prosecuted Young Thug. It was just why she's famous. Oh my God, for RICO. Oh my God. I DC'd for some reason. Seems odd. Yeah, am I DC'd? Yeah, it kind of sounds like I am. Am I back up? Oh no, do I have to restart my OBS now? Reconnecting attempt 1. Reconnection successful. Good. Sorry guys. I may have to stop the video and restart the... As terrible as all this shit is, it's like our country is falling apart. I am having fun. I'm not having fun because it's falling apart. I'm having fun seeing it, just the whole spectacle. I don't know what it's doing. Fucking weird software developers off on some fucking crazy hallucination again. Anyways, play something else here. There we go. And then, give me a camera. Or sorry, not camera, clock. Or give me a clock. Ooh, I'm looking forward to buying Starfield mods. That will be fun. Yeah, fuck yeah. Starfield mods just make the game so much better. Release all the files. Wow. So they did try to block it because they know Trump's about to lose his job.
Because I know I'm a Starfield fan, I accept that I probably have biased opinions towards Starfield in their favor. And because of that, I like to watch other YouTubers and see what they have to say, and I also like to look into the Starfield community.
Wait, when is Starfield 2.0? No, yeah, this isn't here. What? Terran Armada. Starfield's getting better, and I can and they can't erase my character, so any work I do now just makes it even better when I get there then, which is so cool. It gives me a reason to play it. It actually really is cool. All right, so yeah, load all that stuff. Wait, oops. Not available on this platform. What are you talking about? No, you're screwing up or something. Or maybe Bethesda's got issues. Maybe Bethesda's servers are down, actually, is what I'm actually encountering. I don't know. Yeah, Starfield just fucked up too, so I don't know. Is it me or is it them? I just DC'd. Was it me? I don't know. Sorry for the disconnect. Yeah, I like that PvE base, but I don't care. I don't care about PvE. Let's try 76 again. If not, I'll go heal on my monk. And,
Serious damage.
Hi, baby. I do that. So I'm sorry guys, I am going to stop this video and restart my computer because I think I am experiencing some netcode issues. So I will be right back. It's either Bethesda or me, and I'm not sure. I guess I could try something else. Let's see what my speed is. Yeah, connection's good. It appears that it's Bethesda, so let's try something else. Did you get the epic copy of Arc Raiders yet? No. And I bought the wrong version. So dumb. So I'm locked out of Starfield, and I am a Bethesda gamer, you know? I'm like a Bethesda gamer. I play mostly Bethesda games. Hi, pretty kitty. Pretty little kitty. Your paw is in my chest and it hurts. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. Oh, yeah, you're like stepping on my, my rib. Watch it, kitty. Ugh. I do need money in WoW if I'm going to play Alliance. I should technically just pay I think on the first I'm going to pay for a character transfer, or sorry, a faction transfer, because I'd rather bring the monk that I finished over than level a new Alliance monk. And oh, pretty kitty. You got an itchy ear. You want me to scratch it? Yeah, you want me to scratch your ear for you? Is it itchy? Yeah, get your itchy ear. Yeah. Okay. Better? Hopefully. Oh. That was scaring me that it said that the mods that I have aren't fitting. That's weird. Was it their server? Let's try again. God damn it. Oh, temporary server issue. Okay. So yeah, probably it is actually Bethesda. Probably Bethesda. Yep, it was Bethesda. Something about Bethesda. Okay. Oh wait, this save relies on content. No, it is something. It's either my VPN or Bethesda. It might be my VPN is causing an error. I can't tell. It's fucking annoying. Well, I don't know. Let's see. I don't think it matters. I'll just stop. I'm going to restart my computer, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I think I don't know. Maybe I'm okay. No, Grand Theft Auto is running fine. I don't think it's me. I think it's Bethesda's got a thing going on. And both games are fucked up. Let's go back to 76 and see if it gives me the same thing again. It was Bethesda. Oh well, I'll just go back to 76. I hope I didn't broke my character. I hope I didn't bork my save. I might have to install Starfield, son of a bitch. Change buttons. I don't want to reach for M anymore. M is so annoying. Open creator menu. it worked. Cool. C. I think C is a better button. No, that didn't work. Interaction menu is what they call it. Wait. Ah, there it is. I changed that too. Alright, so cool. This is easier to do now, which is good. GTA 5 enhanced. GTA 5 enhanced. I am trying to get into an invite-only GTA Online lobby fast through either a console command or some kind of button press or some better way than having to go through the pause menu. Is there some way to do that? This is it, huh? Maybe I should look at the keybinds to open online. Wait, Brahmin? I thought they took Brahmin out of the game, no? Oh no, that's the public one. Oh yeah. So
Hey!
I've had a history of representing this state. I've done so successfully. I'm known as a prosecutor. He said, "You're black and female." I said, I don't believe that to be true. I don't think that's the state of the nation. Who knew? He was right and I was wrong. I lost that election, but that was God's plan, because after that, I had the honor of representing the Judicial Qualifications Commission. I'm one of the only black lawyers to ever be able to do that in the state of Georgia, where I prosecuted judges who had done something wrong.
I fixed my microphone. Sorry about that.
Richard Hyde was one of the people that helped me to get that position, because he had worked with me on Atlanta Public Schools. I think that he's still doing that kind of work, and he's a very great investigator. So I did that for a while. I also got to represent a lot of fathers and mothers as they went through domestic things, did some criminal defense work, and then people started coming to me. "You need to run for district attorney. Current district attorney has some problems. You'd be outstanding at it." And who knew? I ran, I won. I'm the first woman to serve as district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia. Best to ever do it. I sit here with a 92% conviction rate. That's my history.
Excellent. Thank you so much. For those of us on the committee, it'd be helpful to kind of get a scope of what your office structure is like and kind of the makeup of your office. So how many employees are within the Fulton County DA's office?
A little over 300 approximately. All numbers that I give today, which should be approximations. You should not hold me to exacts.
Certainly will do so on these questions for sure. Of those employees, about how many of those are attorneys?
Half.
About 150 attorneys. How many investigators?
65.
Okay. And how many paralegals?
I don't know, about another 70 or so professionals. Some of that is VWAP, some of that is administrators, some of that is legal assistants. I'm not going to be able to guess at these numbers.
Sure. The state pays a minimum salary for all district attorneys and assistant DAs, is that correct?
No.
No. Okay. Can you walk us through the pay structure?
The state pays for my office about 25 ADAs. They're woefully underpaid. The salary that the state paid is a joke right now. If you want to look at some legislation, you should look at paying DAs across this country more money, because they do not make enough money, and it is very hard for people
many
to recruit
biters.
DAs at the state pay. So for those 20 or so some lawyers that work at state pay, I do one of two things as incentives. The first thing I do is the ones that work in-house, I give them supplements that the county pays, because the pay is so low and really just an embarrassment to think that we pay public servants at that rate. Another incentive I offer to some other very seasoned ADAs that are further along in their career, that are my state paid employees, I let them work 95% remotely, and all they do is indict cases for my office. The rest of the lawyers paid by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office are in fact paid by the county. But you should note here that I am a state employee. I am not a county employee. I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. The Fulton County DA is really slang.
Great. So give me a range then of those ADAs, including the supplement. What's the salary range of those
Probably
ADAs?
the lowest salary of any DA that works for me is 85, and the highest might be around 200. Again, don't hold me to exacts.
Sure. Okay. You were elected in 2020. We talked about that. You had a transition process in between the election and when you were sworn in. Can you walk us through what that process looked like?
It was not a very good one. Myself and the former district attorney never had a conversation. We still have never had a conversation. But while I was still on my personal time, not yet being paid by the state of Georgia, I interviewed every attorney and investigator of the office and some of the other staff, because I wanted to decide who I was going to keep and who I was not going to keep. So I did that during that time period. I also had some committee members where I got some advice on things that needed to be priorities for the office as I took office. So I got very esteemed members of the Fulton County and the greater community to kind of advise me. I believe in diversity, so it was a diverse group. If you do studies on diversity, although some of you are against it, you will realize that the companies that do the best employ diversity. And so I employed diversity in that committee, and I've employed diversity in my staff because I represent a diverse community.
Who was a part of that committee?
I don't remember all the names, and I'm not going to guess at it.
What names do you remember?
Oh, my goodness. Lee Dupree's husband, William Dupree, was on that committee. There was another anchor, and I'm embarrassed to say that was an African-American female. I'm not sure. I want to say Mayor Franklin may have been on the committee, but I can't remember exactly. There were about 15 to 20 people. That's been some time ago now.
The interviews that you referenced with the existing staff as you were kind of determining whether they would stay, who participated in those interviews with you?
It would be different people each day. Attorney Gabe Banks was one of the attorneys that did some of the interviews. He wasn't able to do all, of course, because he had an active and thriving law practice at the time. Jeff DeSantis did some of the interviews with me. Daisha Young did some of the interviews with me. People would come in and out based on their schedules. My deputy of operations now, Dexter Bond, did some of those interviews with me. Mr. Nathan Wade had a thriving practice at the time as well. He would come in and out and do some of the interviews. I was at every interview, but other people could only commit, so much of their time. They each did as much as they could. And that should not be the total list. That's what I can recall quickly right offhand. So don't take that as that was every person. I may have missed somebody that assisted me in that, and they'll have to blame it on my head, not my heart.
Okay. Who was a part of the team that made the decisions on who you would keep and who you would go? What was the consultation process after the interview, and how many approximately, if I can ask you this question a second time, if you want to answer the first one, but I'm trying to get to how many people did you retain from the former DA's team, and then how many people were brought in that were new?
I don't remember. I might have fired 50 or 60 people, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
The AJC did an article on she fired people, to which I told Fulton County I was going to only bring the best and the brightest. So I was always confused as to why that was a surprise.
Was there a lead on your transition team?
I was the lead. I was the DA.
Okay. Was there another person that you consulted with more than the others?
No.
I believe Mr. Wade said under testimony that he was a part of over 90% of these meetings or decisions. Do you recall that being an approximate accurate statement as to his involvement?
I can't speak to any other person's testimony, so I'm not going to ever comment on someone's testimony. If he testified to such, you're going to need to show it to me. You'll have to forgive me. I don't really trust you. So I'll have to see that particular testimony.
Mr. Wade, wait just a minute. She's got a right to finish her answer. You don't have a right to cut her off.
That's incorrect, Governor. Thank you.
Sir. It is not.
I'll be completing
No,
answers.
sir, it is not.
So you should get that straight from the...
Was Mr. Wade part of, would you say, more than half?
Wow, they don't like him. He's a Trumper, is he?
Of the interviews that you conducted?
Yes.
Would you say it was more than 75% of the interviews you
I'm not going to guess at numbers. He was definitely more than half.
And what percentage of decisions, was the same percentage of decisions that he was a part of?
I ultimately made every decision. I take wise counsel from a group of people. So I took wise counsel from him. I took wise counsel from Deputy Bond. Ultimately, I made the decision on who stayed and who went.
Was Mr. Wade paid for this transition work?
None of those them were paid. It was all volunteer work.
Okay.
It was wanting to make sure that the region was safe. So people volunteered their time to make sure that we had the best and the brightest representing Fulton County and that this community stayed safe. And every person who did it for free.
Thank you. Part of one of the things you did when you came into office was you formed this new anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Can you walk us through the decision process to stand that unit up, if that replaced any other units, and who was a part of that unit once it was stood up?
And I'm actually not sure we called it the anti-corruption unit when we first took over. So when I became the district attorney, Paul Howard had 101 police brutality cases, many that went back to years, maybe to 2009. People in the community were very upset. It was both unfair to the law enforcement officers and to the community that decisions were not made. And so I knew that one of the things that I was going to have to do was to make sure that every case got looked at and was evaluated. And so I was looking for attorneys to do that. I'm not sure if that's what we called it at first, because I think we called it the Civil Rights Unit, in fact. When we first opened it, I think it was the Civil Rights Unit. At some point, I go to visit other huge district attorneys' offices that have kind of the same kind of struggles that I have as a major metro area, I went to visit the Houston District Attorney's Office at that time, and in that office they had divided cases, and I thought it was a brilliant way to do business. And so I think that's the point, that I then formed a civil rights unit, which would only deal with police brutality, and an anti-corruption unit. So I think when we first started that it was called the Civil Rights Unit.
Okay, how many people are part of that unit once you got it fully operational?
Well, it depends. You know, the county has, in my opinion, stolen people from me, so we can't do the job as effectively as needs to be done. I've had as many as, it varies. It has varied because we had an anti-corruption unit and a civil rights unit, so it's varied.
Can you give us a range?
It really depends on who you're calling the anti-corruption unit. I've probably not had more than 2 lawyers in that unit, maybe 3 at any given time, an investigator or 2, and a legal assistant. They may have been doing double duty somewhere else.
And you entered into a contract with Chris Campbell to do some taint work as a part of that unit, is that correct?
That would be the civil rights unit.
Well, it sounds like they were somewhat interchangeable from what you just said. You said that it was called the Civil Rights Unit when it started.
The Civil Rights Unit may have encompassed everything at first, and then it ultimately becomes police brutality cases. And so what Mr. Campbell was, when the police take a statement, I know you're not an attorney, but there's an issue called garrity. And what happens is government employees, mostly we're talking about law enforcement officers, they will make a statement to the police, but that statement won't be Mirandized. There's all kinds of legal rules around it. I can't be privy to those statements. I shouldn't have them. Sometimes I think the police almost put them in there intentionally, and so they'll be intertwined in statements and reports. And so what he was hired to do is to redact. So once that I got a file from the GBI when somebody had been shot by an officer, I never read that. That way we were never tainted. That's why we use that word, by never seeing that. And so yes, he was hired. He had been, I believe my recollection is he had been a former law enforcement officer, and he was a lawyer. I thought he was great for that work.
And Terrence Bradley was involved in that work.
He had been a former probation
correct?
Officer and an attorney. That's one of the reasons that I thought that they would do outstanding at it, because they had long histories in the law enforcement community and lawyers.
Was Mr. Wade?
I have lawyers now currently doing that work.
Was Mr. Wade involved with the taint work?
No.
Mr. Wade, Bradley, and Campbell were law partners. Is that correct at the time?
Loosely is what I understand. I can't tell you about the design of, I can't tell you the design of his firm. I think more so what happened is they shared office space and cost or something, but I don't know. I shouldn't speak to that or speculate to it.
Did you place anyone in charge of the anti-corruption unit, or did everyone that worked for there report directly to you?
I mean, ultimately everyone reports directly to me, but the anti-corruption unit, so when it was a civil rights unit, yes, it had a lawyer that was over it. His name is Brian Watkins. He is a lawyer that's been practicing law longer than I, and at first he had everything until we realized there was so much volume of work, because it doesn't just do this kind of work. It's not just police brutality now, right? Now it's, police lied, or it's an elected official did something wrong, and it just became too much. Once we stood up these units and my county understood we were doing these kind of things, fortunately or unfortunately, the office started to get referrals, and so it just grew.
How many cases has this unit brought to trial approximately?
Oh, I couldn't tell you over the years, but we brought some to trial. Especially these police brutality cases. I couldn't tell you exactly, so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
It's not as many as like my major crimes unit, but I can tell you that the anti-corruption and the civil rights unit, they cost me the most money because of the experts that are needed when you are trying a police case.
How much money would you estimate that you spend a year on that unit?
I can't, and I'm not.
You can't? You're not what? I'm sorry?
I'm not going to speculate to it. I can't estimate how much.
Okay. Is that something you could provide for the committee?
I don't know that I can. What happens is I have a professional services budget, and my top deputies of certain units, so my ED over major crimes. If he needs an expert, he can hire one. For instance, if you all want to look into legislation, look into properly funding your GBI. The GBI does not have enough scientific experts. This is not a criticism of the GBI. The scientists that are there are excellent. I want that to be noted that I said that. The scientists that are there are excellent, but they do not have enough experts. So in year one, when I become the DA, they tell me, and I have an email that proves it, we can't test all your ballistics evidence. We don't have enough. So I have to go into my budget, more than $100,000, I can tell you that. I think it's been about that annually, and hire private scientists to do that ballistics work. Now, I got the names of those scientists from the GBI, but also my deputy, Mr. Watkins, over civil rights. If he needs an expert, he knows that he can get one. If my ED over major crimes needs an expert, they can get one. My domestic violence expert, if they need a domestic violence expert, they can get one. And so it all comes out of this professional services budget that I both pay attorneys that come in and work as special prosecutors, and that I pay professional witnesses that we have to hire to do our work.
So Mr. Watkins was in charge by title, or was it more so by function that he was in charge of the unit?
I don't understand your question.
Did he have a title of director of the anti-corruption unit, or was he just a person that everyone knew would make the calls within the unit?
He was the deputy of the civil rights unit.
Okay.
He remains the deputy of the civil rights unit. At some point, the civil rights unit became civil rights and anti-corruption.
Do you use those terms interchangeably now?
I do not use them interchangeably. I have one deputy over anti-corruption and one deputy over civil rights.
Who's the current deputy over anti-corruption?
Tanya Boykin.
Who was the first one?
Sonia Allen. She is now the district attorney of Cobb County. She had a great DA from Fulton endorse her, and she won.
What was Mr. Wade's role in the anti-corruption unit?
He didn't have a role in the anti-corruption unit.
With the election interference case, what unit did it fall under?
I called it the election team.
Okay. When Mr. Wade was he hired solely to focus on this election, to work on this election team, or did he do other work within your office?
I don't remember. I think there were times where I'd bring in some of my senior personnel and ask them, what's your thought on this case or these facts? I always involve wise counsel. I'm sure he was in some of those meetings.
Would you classify Mr. Wade as senior personnel as being part of your team?
Would I classify him as senior? So he was a special prosecutor. He never worked for me as an employee. What I would call him is a seasoned lawyer, 25 years, first African-American lawyer to ever serve Cobb County as a municipal court judge. What I would call him is a lawyer with a distinguished resume.
Okay. When did you begin to consider whether to bring charges in response to the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Don't answer that. That's a deliberative privilege. Don't answer that. I instruct you not to answer.
Wow.
Is it true that part of your transition team was involved in the process of
They do not like each other.
Entered office to lead the investigation into the 2020 presidential election?
I'd like to answer that.
Go right ahead. You only take my advice sometimes anyway. Go ahead.
That's really an ignorant question. And if you understand what the word ignorant means, it means the lack of knowledge. If you recall the facts, I was already district attorney when this all came to light. So it's factually impossible.
You were district attorney when what came to light?
When Raffensperger went on Good Morning America or whatever show he went on. I was already district attorney, so what you ask is a factual impossibility. Now, I know they've gotten black folks confused and said I was running for office, saying I was going to prosecute the President of the United States, but that's what we call a lie.
Okay. I would like to... If you take a look at the screen for me, if you will. This is from Mr. Wade's deposition to members of Jim Jordan's committee. He was asked for the search committee. You said that began when D.A. Willis took office on January 1, 2021. Is that correct? Yes. And there was outreach to you to be part of the search committee prior to January 2021, January 1, 2021. Absolutely. When did that start? Sometime after the election. prior to her taking
That crashed the client, I
Okay, so
think.
between the election, you're referring to November 2020 election, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And so you had conversations with individuals. You said
Yeah,
on
this
multiple
client crashed,
occasions, you said no.
I've never seen
and
GTA
you
crash
turned down
before.
the position. Who were those conversations with? They were with the district attorney.
So I think you're confusing facts. We've already had a long conversation about I interviewed everybody at the DA's office, and I interviewed other people to come and work at the district attorney's office. And as I told you, I did that on my free time before I became DA. But I had no way of knowing that these criminals were going to commit a crime. And that did not come to light until January of 2021 when I'm actually the DA. So it is a factual impossibility, like I already told you. I think that that is misinterpreted. He's absolutely correct. We looked for talent for the district attorney's office before I became the DA. I didn't wait till the day I took office to look for talent that would represent my office. But I was unable to look for talent for a case that didn't exist before I took office. It's factually impossible. It's common sense. You don't need to be a lawyer.
She's right.
I'm going to read you some additional testimony. I'll try to put it on the screen.
You can read me as much as you want, but
And I will. Thank you, Madam DA. I apologize. I did not intend to have to get into this here.
He can't even run his laptop.
When Mr. Wade says that there's an interview on line 13, as you'll see here, this is prior to you entering office. What were you interviewing him for?
I didn't interview him prior to him entering office. He had a thriving law practice. Even when he ends up being offered the position, he doesn't want it.
Okay, now. So it's your testimony today that you and Mr. Wade did not have any conversations prior to you taking office relative to an investigation into the 2020 election.
Don't answer that. That is a deliberative privilege of what goes on in a district attorney's mind in the process of their...
She wasn't district attorney.
She was.
Prior to being sworn in, she was district attorney?
No, she was not, but you asked...
Until I return to my question. Prior to you being sworn in as district attorney, is it your testimony today that you did not have any conversation with Mr. Wade about investigating the 2020 election?
Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question.
I know it is, but go ahead and tell it because it occurred after she took office, but...
I didn't know that he was going to commit a crime prior to me taking office. Like, factually, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree with the statement? Actually, I'll skip that question. When did you decide to hire outside of your office a special assistant district attorney for this election case?
Oh, Lord. So when I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos.
Let me turn your mic on for just 1 second. Are you on 2 there?
I testified that I had capped Mr. Wade or Attorney Wade or Judge Wade at 160 a week. What I meant to speak is 160 a month. Also, I have referred several times to the rates of the AG. I would like you to know that in 2020, the Attorney General of this state paid $52,000 in attorney's fees. I've done initial $52 million in attorney's fees with the top recipient in that year, initials AF. I've taken off their names at $3,593,000. That was for 2020. In 2021, again, in excess of $52 million, with the top one in that year being AD as the initials, $2,673,000. I should note the great Josh Belafonte was one of the recipients that year, and he made $1.3 million in 2021. In 2022, the AG's office spent on special prosecutors $55 million. DS being the top recipient for that year, $2 million, $200,000. Josh Belafonte made $911,000. In 2023, the AG's office spent $65 million. The top recipient making $5 million, initials MR, and I'm going to finish. And
They muted her.
And they made $4.6 million. And then let's not leave off 2020.
All right, we're going to move on to the next question here.
By the AG on special prosecutors, with the top recipient MR making $8,181,000.
$8 million?
And y'all are talking to me about pennies.
Pennies.
And I have a copy for the press, 50 if you like them.
All right, we're going to move on to our next question here.
She's owning them. And they're like 10, it's a 10v1. She's owning all of them. Because she's better than them. I love seeing competent people. It's such a pleasure.
Maddie, have you seen this letter before?
He shouldn't have asked.
So you have seen this letter before?
Yes, that's how it got signed.
You sent this letter on December 17th, 2021, requesting access to documents to from the January 6th committee chairman, Mr. Representative Thompson. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to pause it briefly to run upstairs and get my dinner. I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. Just had to wait till the rain was really heavy, you know? Where's my keys? Keys. I don't know. No keys. Did I ruin my keys? Let's see. This got wet. It's actually... Yeah, it looks actually like it's waterproof. Mostly. So I think I'm right. Sucks it got wet though. If I had rice. So the key. Maybe that would. See, how long do you want me to cook this for? Okay. Then, fruit for dessert. That'll be good. I have lasagna and fruit for dinner and dessert, which is real good. Sorry for the delay there, guys. Sorry, I'm just taking care of real life stuff. While I'm at it, I'm going to check the battery on my earphones. 72. We got a little while longer to go, but yeah, like probably, which reminds me, so I want a 15-minute timer. 15-minute timer. 15 minute. I want a 15-minute timer, and I want a hour timer. Yep. Okay, I want a 15-minute timer and an hour timer. One for... Oh, well, I don't want a 15-minute timer, I guess. Oh, yeah, probably to get to 90%. Yeah, or whatever, 100... Yeah. The iPods will not charge higher than 90% because it's something about battery... like battery extension life and stuff, or battery life extension, and so you know, like it stops at 90%. I'm at 72, so that's like if I give it like 15 minutes, it's probably about 1% a minute, something. So yeah, and then I'll just put my headphones back in. I'm sorry for the speakers, guys, but I think for Christmas, or well, maybe not Christmas, but I think I'm gonna buy AirPods. They're expensive, but 2 pairs would be able to stretch me through my 14-hour shift. And then I wouldn't have to, like, stop at all. Maybe battery-powered devices aren't the best idea for my stream. But I like these headphones because you can always tell when someone's calling you. And that's something those big cuppy earphones are really, really bad about. You can always tell when someone's calling you. Oh, so I'm full of meds? Yeah, I am full of meds. So maybe I'll just dump all the meds and redo. Oh, I have a med box, don't I? I don't remember. I should put the med box right there. Hi, pretty kitty. Did you enjoy your dinner? Oops, sorry. Get you your pad. Pad, you like your pad? Let's get you away from the edge so you don't fall. Bring you a little closer, yeah? There we go. Or maybe we can do it better, huh? We will fix the pad for the kitty. How about that? Would that be okay? Yeah? You're like my queen. You can sit next to me. How's that? Yeah? Okay. Good kitty. Oops.
Entering system. Memory of process.
In your investigation from the January 6th Commission.
What do you mean by help?
Did they send you documents?
Well, they're public documents now.
Did they send you any documents that were not public? That were not public at the time?
None that I can recall. None that I can recall.
In the letter you offered to meet them in person, did they take you up on the offer to meet in person?
I've never met Thompson.
Have you ever met anyone that was doing work with the January 6th Commission?
Not to my knowledge. I may have met them and not known they were doing that work.
Mr. Wade traveled to D.C. with members of your staff, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Wade billed for conference calls with the January 6th Committee, is that correct?
I haven't looked at the bills.
What difference does that make?
On the left side of the screen here, and I apologize, the camera's in your way, there's this screen over here.
You have to remember the criminals that I indicted, they had committed crimes all over the country. And so, as a result, as a prosecutor, if you know that a criminal has done crimes in this state and other states, it would almost not be due diligence to try to get information from them. Here goes some more legislation you can take up. There is a process called TUI with the federal government where state prosecutors try to get information from federal prosecutors. They are not very helpful.
On this bill, on the left-hand side, the first red
I haven't
highlight.
seen the bill, so you remember?
That's what I'm showing it to you, Madam DA. It says team meeting, conference with January 6th, research legal issues to prep, ends with V. He testified, and the testimony's on the right side of the screen that meant interview. And then the second one is travel out of state, interview and research, which was from April 27th until April 29th. Are you aware of a trip that Mr. Wade took out of state that your office paid for in April of 2022?
Yes.
Oh, they made it way
What was the
better.
purpose of the trip?
Oh, it's way, way better. I didn't know. I'm going to go get all my A's out.
I'm sure to get information on some of the criminals I ended up indicting.
This slide here shows essentially a reimbursement request on the right-hand side for Mr. Wade at the Hyatt Place Hotel. And on the left-hand side, this is an invoice for the Hyatt Place Hotel during the time period I referenced earlier for Mr. Michael Hill. Do you know who Michael Hill is?
He was an assistant chief when he left my office. He's an investigator, though, a sworn law enforcement officer.
And he was on your staff during April of 2022? You said when he left your office. When did he leave the office?
I don't remember. But yes. Yes to the first question. He was on my staff at that time. Two, I don't remember to the second question of when did he leave. Not long ago, he got a higher title at another office.
Do you know who else from your office attended this trip?
I can't recall. I can refresh my recollection if you like.
This is an invoice for the same hotel on the same days from Mr. Francis. I assume it's Mr. Wakeford. That's the one that worked in your staff?
An amazing attorney.
What was his role?
He's an attorney.
What did he do within what work did he do in your department? Your team?
He does all types of work, but he is what I would consider to be an appellate lawyer.
Did he do work on the elections interference case?
Absolutely.
What work did he do on the election interference case?
He did a lot of excellent writing.
This slide here is for Mr. John Wooten. Same hotel, same dates, same trip to D.C. Do you know John Wooten?
He works for me.
Currently?
Yes.
What was his role in April of 2022?
A lawyer, works for my office, does a lot of white-collar crime for me.
Did work on the election interference case?
Yep.
Okay. So is it safe to assume from both the testimony I had on the screen, your letter, and Mr. Wade's invoices that reference January 6th, is it safe to assume that Mr. Wade and other members of your staff went to D.C. in furtherance of your investigation of the 2022 election? Or sorry, 2020 election?
I'm not going to make assumptions under oath.
You are unaware of whether or not members of your staff, 4 of them that we have here so far, or 3 and 1 independent contractor, you're unaware as to whether or not the purpose of their D.C. trip was to meet with the January 6th committee or members of the January 6th committee or lawyers working for the J6 committee?
I know that they went to D.C., and I know it was in reference to this investigation. I do not recall who they spoke with, but you all have tried to make this some nefarious thing that lawyers will try to investigate and find out information about people who came to Georgia and committed crimes. And instead of being honorable and trying to defend those people that you take an oath to serve, we're here with this foolishness.
Do you know how many trips Mr. Wade took to D.C.?
In his life?
As it relates to the J6 committee or the 2020 elections interference case?
I believe one, but I don't know. It's speculation.
It wouldn't be speculation if he had told you about it. Did he tell you about any other trips that he took?
But what you have to remember is it is whatever day it is in December of 2025, and I'm an office that prosecutes 64,000 people, and I know you are somewhat offended that I had the audacity to prosecute, these folks that came into my county and committed crimes. But this wasn't special to me. This was another day of business.
On the screen is another invoice from Mr. Wade, the highlighted section. I'll just read it out loud. It says January 6th meeting at ATTY Conf.
Yeah, they just came into Georgia, stepped on her territory, and tried to commit election fraud, and then made it her problem, and then were hostile to her when she prosecuted.
DC/White House, November 18, 2022. Have you seen this bill?
No.
Are you aware of phone calls or conferences that Mr. Wade either attended or was a part in that relates to the J6 committee or the election interference case, working with the J6 committee that is separate from the April trip that we just discussed?
We didn't do much work with a J6 committee, so I've never seen this bill before. And I believe the only thing that we called the White House about was, did we have to go through the TUI process with that White House like we have to do with the Department of Justice? That's my recollection. That could be right or wrong, but we were trying to speak to people in the Trump administration, the first one. So I don't believe we had a lot of contact with the White House, so I'm not aware.
You said you were trying to speak with people that are part of the first Trump administration in these travels to D.C., or are you saying that more generally?
More generally.
Okay. And just to clarify, I want to make sure that I have the record correct here. You're unaware of who Mr. Wade...
I can't recall those level of details. I know you want to take me back to 1948, where an African-American prosecutor can only prosecute certain types of people, but I prosecute and stand up for all victims that come into my circuit.
When was the special purpose grand jury impaneled?
She's mad at them.
I don't remember the date, but that's an interesting point. 2 grand juries said these people did these crimes.
The date that I have
And
is...
the grand jury was made up of independents, Democrats.
She's so angry with him.
2.
The date that I have is January 24th of 2022. Does that seem like it's within the range of being the correct date?
So I already stated I don't trust you. I understand you're trying to run for lieutenant governor right now. Anything you want me to testify to, I'm going to need to see.
Okay. Were you aware that in between the time of the special grand jury being sworn in and receiving evidence, Mr. Wade traveled to Athens, Georgia to meet with officials from the White House counsel's office?
I don't recall.
On the right-hand side here is the meeting that I reference. The highlighted section reads, travel to Athens, conf with White
How does this assist you in developing laws for Georgia? Because I believe the purpose that I'm here for is because you all need assistance in doing your job, and you want assistance with rules and regulations around how people should be a prosecutor. And it made sense to me that you come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you and what the purpose of me being here is.
The committee has a broad purpose. I'd be happy to refer to counsel as to the overall purpose of the committee. But my question for you is, as it relates
I don't
to
think
this
it's
trial,
relevant, so I'm objecting on relevance.
She's asked and answered that. She's told you that the TUI process goes through the White House counsel's office. She's asked, it's been asked and answered.
and it's your testimony today that the travel to Athens, conference with the White House counsel, as far as you're aware, was due to a part of this TUI process that the governor's referencing.
I've testified, I don't recall anything about this.
Okay.
And I don't see how it's relevant to what your alleged purpose is. Now, Georgia, please, let's elect any lieutenant governor but this one.
We'll get to your work,
Madam DA, but for now we're talking
about the
I've done no work with an elected governor, but if I will do some work with this, I see that Counselor left you alone today, and he is running to be Attorney General of this state, and he is not qualified to be so.
she just walks all over him.
A document where he put up a false document trying to prove that I met with the vice president, that shows you he does not have ethics. But there is somebody running for Attorney General that has been a state prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, a civil rights attorney, and a state's legislature.
I love this woman.
So if people want to vote for people that are ethical and actually have the experience to do the job, I'd say go donate now to Tanya Miller.
She said vote for somebody else.
I'd say go donate now to Tanya Miller.
She like shouted at her friend in response. And she's like, no, but there is a competent person. Farm reports, tons of farm reports. What do you mean removed? Package for Filcher Farm Report.
I asked you about Mr. Wade. Did you speak with anyone that had worked with the January 6th committee or was a lawyer for the J6 committee?
That's been asked and answered. She said she'd never done it herself. That's what she said.
Did you communicate with members of the J6 committee through any interviews?
Why won't that glow me? It's stupid that it won't.
On your behalf.
I don't recall ever speaking to anyone of the January 6th committee. What you asked me, though, is have I ever met someone? I am a public official. I meet people all over this country all the time. Shake hands, take pictures, kiss babies, all the things elected officials do. So I have no idea if I've ever met someone that may have been part of the January 6th committee.
What is J6? Is that where they stormed the Capitol?
And killed a police officer?
So it's clear on the record.
The ones that have been exonerated, we say that we stand with law enforcement, but don't care when police officers get killed.
We're going to continue on to the next question. Governor, you are here to advise your counsel. You're not here to pontificate. Absolutely.
And how does this help you for law? Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Governor.
There must have been a conspiracy here when they went up and looked into the folks that were...
That's the governor. That's the governor of Georgia, and he's fucking pissed at these piece of shit Trumpers that try to come into his state and say that they were fucking crooked. And these guys, they want to kill these dudes. They're like close to wanting to murder them. They're so angry with them. And this is the governor of the state just fucking reaming this piece of shit Trumper tool. And it's hilarious. And he's a Republican. They're all Republicans too. This is the response the Republicans give Trump. And I've said it all year since he won the election. I was like, remember how much the Georgian Republicans actually fucking hate Trump. Because he tried to use their county and they did convict him. And the only reason we have any more problems out of him is he just won't attend jail. If she was if she was in New York, or sorry, if she was in D.C., she'd probably make him attend jail like she does everybody else she prosecutes. It is crazy. And these are Republicans screaming that that's a Republican Georgian. Maybe he's a Democrat. Maybe. I don't know. I doubt it, though. It's Georgia. Right? Maybe suddenly Georgia went blue and they have a Democrat fucking governor, but that's a Democrat governor yelling at this Trumper. That's a Republican, excuse me, that's a Republican governor yelling at this Trumper who's like a fucking toady stooge who constantly like fucking puts his foot in his mouth. And they also don't know what he wants. He won't say what he wants. He just keeps asking them dumb questions that have nothing to do with what they're actually there for. So they're like extremely angry with him and they're just trolling him to his face now. It's hilarious. And on top of it, they all voted for Trump too. That's the worst part. She didn't vote for Trump anymore. I doubt she's a Republican anymore. But she was a Republican when he came into her county and tried to fuck her. She tried to say the Georgian Republicans would help him and his criminal friends steal the election. And and I can't believe this, she probably was a Republican before he tried to jack her county. Now she's probably a Democrat and she's fucking pissed at them. It's hilarious. Let's see. Let's go see what the. Can you talk to me about Fannie Willis's political affiliations? Yeah, she's a Democrat. Tough on crime liberal or a middle of the road. She's like a centrist, right? Unlike many progressive prosecutors, she has faced criticism from the left for her aggressive use of racketeering RICO and anti-gang laws. And so yeah, she like so if you're like a gang member in her county, her bloodthirsty Georgian Republican fucking constituency, who probably did vote for her, at least 50% were probably Republicans and stuff. She promised him, she's like, I will get these gangs out of here. I will brutalize them and shit. And so the liberals don't like her because she's like basically she's not really a Republican and she's not really a Democrat. And so when he stepped into her county, she probably went Democrat for life though, which is insane. Yeah, she beats out other Democrats, which is hilarious. So she may not even really like, and she's also the daughter of a Black Panther Party guy. So she's like, she's probably been around public speaking all of her life, and she really doesn't like these fucking good old boy white boys that are trying to fucking like some stooge that she's like that's running for like lieutenant governor or something like that, and she's just like walking all over him, right? As of late 2025, Willis's political standing is marked by deep partisan division, conflict with Georgia Republicans. Willis is currently facing intense scrutiny from a Republican-led state Senate special committee, and I didn't know this, investigating her conduct and alleged misuse of funds following her prosecution of Donald Trump. They're like one of the things about Project 2025 is they probably promised him that they would do something about Fannie Willis, right? So they were like, all right, I guess we could go after the money she used to try to prosecute you. And Trump's like, yes, that's good, brilliant, go. And so now they're here in the room with her, and she's like eating these goblins alive and in full blown like exposing their fucking election interference too. And honestly, this is a lady from Georgia. She's black lady from Georgia, so she's probably about as liberal as a Georgian gets. But I mean, she's not really a Democrat. That's this thing that they're saying about how she RICOs gangs and stuff like this. She's like, and drug dealers and shit, because she doesn't want drug dealers and gangs in Georgia. They've never been known for that. They're known for like farms and fishing and, you know, like southern stuff and not plantations, but plantations, yeah, but like, you know, but like growing stuff, right? And they're like farmers mostly, so they really don't want any of their liberal cities exploding or their counties exploding into crime or drugs or crack or robberies or shit like that. So if she wants to be the fucking, and she is the, I forget what her actually office is. She's just the DA. She's the DA of Fulton County, and she's honestly probably not very special beyond the stuff she's done to try to actually clean up her county. She's probably an exceptional fucking prosecutor. You know, she's one of those fiery, you know, I talked about fiery DAs in the last couple of days, like Law and Order's depiction of Stone. What's his name? Something Stone. Ben Stone, right? And she is a Ben Stone. She's like a liberal because she's black, and she probably can't justify to her family like voting for any white boys and stuff that are trying to push like good old boy fucking tactics and shit like that, like the congressional thing she's facing right now, or whatever. Not this, but this inquest that she's facing right now. They're jack off fucking good old boys, and so yeah, so she is about as liberal as it gets in this county. But remember, she's a Georgia, like, fucking prosecutor. And, she's not a joke. The shit that she deals with is not so fun. And so she's not a joke. And then they tried to come up in her county and blame her for election interference, essentially. And she was like, I'm the prosecutor, like Ben Stone. And she's like, I'll get to the fucking bottom of this. And she probably did. And she slam dunked the fucking prosecution on Donald Trump and proved to the world that he fucking brought a piece of paper down there and tried to lie to the Georgian election officials that it had been declared for Trump. It's a hilarious, dirty trick. It's like, hey, the count came in and Trump won. Right? And they're like, oh, you got the piece of paper? So they supplied the piece of paper, and the Georgian Republican officials tripped. They were like, no, this is not proof that Donald Trump is president. And did he actually win the election? They had to recount. And then the fact that they tried to lie and say that he won to get the Georgian election officials to fucking declare the election for Donald Trump, cost him the election. Like he probably was winning, but it cost him the election. It got him impeached, I think. It got him fucking and I forget about this, but they did prosecute him for 34 felonies, and that's this stuff. He came down and he used a bunch of criminals to try to steal our fucking presidency. And no, she did catch him, stop him, and she Batmaned his fucking ass, and he got jokered. He got jokered and stuck in fucking prison for a day down there. He spent a day in Fulton County Prison. Did you guys know this? Trump spent a day in Fulton. The criminal ass that he is, our president. He spent a day in city prison, probably with like drunks and alcoholics and fucking, you know, white beaters and shit like this in the fucking holding cell and shit. I imagine they probably had to make a special thing for him. They probably just kept him in a courtroom or something. But yeah, they were like, yeah, hey, he was probably like, can I sit down in a courtroom? And they're like, well, yeah, what's the difference between a courtroom and a jail cell, right? And he is the president. So yeah, we'll make a, you know, they were probably nice to him. They probably let him sit in a courtroom or something like that for like 24 hours while they figured out what to do with his ass after they slam dunked the fucking thing about him trying to steal the election. He tried to steal the election, and all these idiot-ass Trumpers that have been fucking backing him for another 4-year run or whatever are fucking backing a criminal, and she proved it too. She showed him the piece of paper that he used. And they fucking slam dunked 34 felonies on his fucking ass because he did use the fucking piece of paper. It's not lawfare. And honestly, the people prosecuting his ass are his friends. That's what's so fucking crazy about this. I want you to stop supporting a criminal. But like the other Republicans in this country actually really don't like him. And she's an example of it. She's not a Republican, but she's not really a Democrat either. She's a Republican prosecutor in a bad county. And she's Democrat, but I mean like, but her like morals are like, you know, put the fucking finger on the scale, which is about as Republican as an official gets. If a Republican judge or a Republican DA is wanting to put the finger on the fucking scale, that's as scary as our system or legislative system or anything gets. It actually is. So you wouldn't really say she's totally a leftist Democrat fucking DA. On top of it, he came down there and tried to fuck the Georgian Republicans in the fucking ass. And so the Georgian Republicans are sitting next to her. It's literally such a fucking clown show, this piece of shit Republican cocksucker. Like literally, that's probably literally what this Republican Georgian governor, this is as right wing as they fucking get. These are the sort of folks that like literally push for segregation of the schools in South and stuff, and he's sitting next to her. And they're friends because they do business all the fucking time, but she doesn't really like him because he's like a right wing, I'm fairly sure, unless he's a Democrat. It might be possible he's a Democrat, but this is Georgia we're talking about. Now we got to go see who you know, I'm going to read the rest of what the AI was saying about this. Who is the Georgian governor, right? And she easily won her next thing because even the Republicans in her county fucking loved her because they were like, Georgia Republicans do not cheat at elections. The rest of the country is going to shit on us if we do. But I mean, they caught it. We love our Republican Georgian election officials. They wouldn't stand with him and lie. I mean, they're Republicans. They easily, really, really, really wanted him to win. It means that they get all this extra funding for stuff in their counties and stuff and all this. They really wanted him to win. They might have even voted for him, but then he went down there to fucking Fulton County and tried to pull a fast one by like sending some toady to try to tell them that he had won the Georgian election count. And it's weird because it was weird. It was like the Georgian election officials, and there was like 15 of them. They all came down from the room and they stood outside the back door by the election thing. And they were like, sir, we are not certifying this election. We know that we just counted this vote, and we know that he did not win Georgia. You know what I'm saying? He didn't win in Georgia. And they were like, we know, we just counted the vote. And they were like, no, here it is. We're calling it. He won Georgia. And the Republican Georgian election officials, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now this held up the election for like 2 solid days. It was like 2 or 3 solid days. They froze everything in the country, and they shined every media spotlight down on Georgia. And the Republicans in Georgia were like, no, we will. They're like these good old boys, and they know what'll happen. They'll lose their dynasties, so they're just like, no. They're like, no. Just like hard-headed good old boys. They're like, Trump was like, what? You don't want to win? You don't want me to give you fancy things in your zones and constituencies? And he probably waved all kinds of wands like, do you want a nice budget? I'll give you a nice budget. And the Georgian Republicans were like, absolutely the fuck not. The world already knows what you did. We can't be complicit with you. They didn't take his bribes or shit. And the Democrat, fucking the blue line loves the fucking Georgian election officials. And you gotta remember, that is the rightest state in the union. And that's probably why he thought they would go along with it. But honestly, they were probably, maybe Alaska might have been a better bet. But I mean, Georgia has more votes. So it's just sort of weird. So like, honestly, the sheer gall of it to go up into Fulton fucking County and try to rip off the Republicans down there, whose entire fucking vibe is integrity. That's the only reason they have any jobs or money. They count votes, right? So if anybody ever calls into question their integrity, not only do they like lose their jobs and then never work in the industry ever again, but they also get like decounted for all of the other fucking people that they ever counted. And that's how judges are too. If judges go up for corruption, all of their cases are like retried, which is fucking crazy, which is why we really are careful about judges. One of the things judges can't do is try to help Trump win elections. They can't do that because then, and it's really crazy. You wouldn't believe this is the case. You might think that judges are just crooked and might take dollars like everybody else. But remember, if the judge is ever fucking caught, it's like an automatic ticket if a judge catches, like if a judge is caught for corruption or rape or something like that, right? If it's anything at all, like probably a jaywalking ticket even, they probably lose their job because they're not supposed to violate the law. So they probably take Ubers everywhere because they're scared of speeding and shit like this. Judges are different. So the judges will not stand up for his fucking lie, and he tried that too. I think he was like, "What? You're trying me in Fulton County?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're trying you in Fulton County. You tried to lie about the goddamn election, you fucking asshole." And they were like, "You said that a bunch of Republicans in Georgia helped you try to cheat and steal to lie this election." And remember, he ran for 12 years on this whole thing about stop the steal, stop the steal, stop the steal, and then he steals from Georgian Republicans who embarrass him and kick his ass all up and down the block and fucking stick him with 34 fucking felonies. And I think America's kids kind of forgot when they kept supporting him that it was the Georgian Republicans that stuck him for 34 fucking felonies. Those are good old boys that might literally believe in reviving Dixie, but they still fucked him in the ass and hit him for 34 felonies. So when I say they won't make him go to jail, remember that the 34 fucking felonies came from the Republican Party. They didn't come from Democrats. That was Republicans. I mean, the prosecutor was Democrat, but the fucking jury was Republican. It's the jury that matters. Or I don't know. I don't even know how they try these cases. I don't see a jury. I think it's actually just, does she slam dunk him with the evidence or not? And she did. So then, all like the jury of his peers, whatever that is, like maybe the appellate court or something. I have no idea what it is. And yeah. What a weird fucking turn of events. Just fucking weird, right? So now we ask, who's the white dude, the good old boy, Georgian white dude who's sitting next to her? He might even be a Democrat, but I still think he's a good old boy because he's from fucking Georgia. I don't trust him at all. You can tell the dire look on his face. He might be a good man. It is possible. They were good men in the respect that I think he and all those Georgian election officials who were Republican wouldn't put up with fucking Trump's criminality. And I liked them. I like these people. So let's figure out what his name. Who is the white governor sitting next to Fani Willis in her recent case? Oh no, he's the former Democratic governor of Georgia. He's her attorney, but he is the these are the good people in Georgia. But remember, they slam dunked their case with testimonials from the most Republican people in all of the country. Remember, this was not a Democrat prosecuting Trump. This was the Republican good old boy, I'm talking almost pro fucking Jim Crow, Georgian fucking election officials were like, no, we did not steal this election. You're lying, blah, blah, blah. You tried to steal it and all this stuff. And because they're so stuck up and so rigid and so their integrity actually matters to them because they're election officials. If anybody ever says that they ever kibitzed or fucked around, right? Not only do they lose their jobs, but they might recall people people and fire them if they were elected by that election commission. You know, it's crazy. Like, they go back and they look at everybody the election commission ever, you know, approved to take office, thinking that maybe, you know, that entity is corrupt, or that they're maybe showing favor to people or something like that, right? So it calls into question everything those Republican Georgian election officials, and they've come up on my stream a lot. I send hearts to them all the time. I'm like, hi, Republican Georgian election officials, you're so hot. Please have 10,000 of my babies. I know you guys really want, like, Jim Crow to return, but thank you for not letting the piece of shit criminal fucking, like, take over our fucking government any more than he already has, you know? And it's like, thank you for actually sticking some felonies on him. That was the Republicans that did that to him. That's how much this guy's a clown. He's a P. Diddy clown. His own Republican friends won't back him. It's like P. Diddy. It's hilarious. You know, now it's coming out, all P. Diddy's friends are getting fucked. And it's just hilarious. All of this is pertinent. It's all pertinent to P. Diddy, Jeffrey Epstein. One of the weird things about the you know, and it's hilarious because Danny Castellero died trying to show people the octopus murders. And one of the things that he was certain of was that he was like, and he said this on the documentary before he died. They recorded him saying it on video. He was like, it all connects. If I can get this prosecution, I can connect everything, and I can sink Trump, and I can sink the Republican Party, and I can stop all of these terrible criminals that have taken over. I can stop the rapists and all this. And that's what he promised, and it's called the Octopus Murders, because an octopus looks like the Octopus Murders, right? There's even a picture of it on Netflix. It's a Netflix documentary exactly like this 50 Cent thing. The Octopus Murders, American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders, which is that the government was sued in 1984 for stealing the Promise program, which was a court record compiler AI program in 1984 that they built, literally 1984, that was meant to compile all of the court cases in the country and cross-reference them to make sure that, you know, that prosecutors, you know, one courtroom away from each other weren't trying each other's criminals for each other's crimes and stuff like this. They're like, is this guy in the next room, is he also wanted in the other room, right? And then in this way they started talking to each other. And if some guy from Alaska also committed crimes in Georgia, or if some guy from fucking New York also committed crimes in Georgia like Donald Trump, you at least know if Donald Trump was doing crime in New York, and you can connect that all to sink cases in both states. But the problem is the government saw the merit of the Promise program, and they stole it from the poor, like software developer. He was a white hat software developer that was trying to stop criminals, right? But the government stole the program when they realized that they could use it for a backdoor to get into any fucking computer, any fucking cell phone. In my scene, in the Black Hat torrent scene and stuff, it's called Cain and Abel. I've had it before. I've had Cain and Abel. That's a form of Pegasus, and Pegasus is worse. Pegasus is like the network admin version of it that'll do anything. And I've seen it before. I've seen a version of it called Cain and Abel. And you can easily get it if you're like actually savvy, but it's not easy to get on torrent networks, you know. But I have Cain and Abel, and I've used it before to do nasty things. But I've never done anything like sex weird or violence weird or anything like that. I've just used it to attain information that I wanted, you know. Well, I'm sorry. Well, what I mean by saying that is I'm trying to disguise that, yeah, about 10 years ago, I used Cain and Abel to bust into a commercial internet connection that was next door so I could play like World of Warcraft. It was like 14 years ago or something like that. And I was like, God damn it, if I could get some program that would let me into the neighbor's commercial internet that isn't being used. I know it's a high-speed internet, but nobody's using the business. The business is empty. There's like, I knew what it was. The business was empty. It was next door. And I was like, and I was squatting, and I was like, if I could get their high-speed internet, I can see that it's a high-speed connection. It is an Xfinity connection, but it was a business one that was locked. So I used Cain and Abel, and I accidentally discovered Pegasus. I had no fucking idea. It is a form of Pegasus. When you run the program, you're like, oh my God, this can crack anything. The only defense against Pegasus, against Cain and Abel, the only defense that any computer can provide against Cain and Abel is turning it off. I mean it too. You got to turn it off. There was a whole thing in the scene. They started selling computers that had never ever been turned on. I forget the name they use it. It's like a safe or something. They call it like a safe computer or whatever. Forget the actual name in the scene for it. But the only safe computer is a computer that has never touched the internet and has never fucking been turned on before, right? So really sensitive stuff. Like when they're transferring like $1 billion in Bitcoin and stuff like that, they buy a laptop from a specialist that's never ever that they videotape the laptop being produced, and then they show you that the laptop's never been turned on or plugged into the internet, because any scrub motherfucking hacker on the planet can get their hands on Cain and Abel. It's readily available, and hack into anything in the world, pretty much anything in the world. So you always wonder how those kids get into the war games networks and stuff. It was Pegasus, and Pegasus is a software program that is widely fucking everywhere. It is, and the biggest use of Pegasus is Palantir. That's why we call Peter Thiel Satan or Sauron, because he named his company Palantir because it's this inside joke that he thought that Lord of the Rings nerds who wear rings around their neck all day wouldn't catch. But I mean, he is Sarum. He is Trump's Saruman, and he sits there in his tower, Palantir, and he has the most successful company in the world with the most growth and the most money. And this is because every world government uses him to sell them a copy of Cain and Abel they could easily go and get. But if they do that, they'll be prosecuted for corruption by their own prosecutors. So they just go and pay Palantir, and they call it a contractual cost, and they call it intelligence. It's like this is an intelligence budget thing. So they go and pay Palantir $100 million to go and see what Israel is saying on Netanyahu's computer. And they do this. They spy on Netanyahu's computer. They use things like cables under the ocean, too. The other way that they spy is they take submarines to these cables that all the world governments connected to each other in like the 50s and shit, and they tap into the cable constantly with submarines. That's the other way that they spy. If the world government politician leader isn't feckless like Hillary and those emails and Benghazi emails and all that stuff, right? If they're not feckless with their security, excuse me, pretty much any hacker in the world with Cain and Abel can just step into their computer and read what Netanyahu's emails are. And it happens. It happens all the time. It happens to Hillary Clinton. Nerds, like 12-year-old nerds, crack into Hillary Clinton's emails all day, every day. And this thing about privacy on the internet, I know better because I've had access to Cain and Abel and I've seen it before, and I've used it to crack into a crazy commercial protected Comcast node to take their high-speed internet for like 4 years. That was a long time ago, 15 years past the statute of limitations, which is how I can tell you about it. But I mean, I've seen that program. I know what Pegasus is. I've used it before, and I know what it's capable of, and I've used it to do that. And not only could I have cracked that fucking, I'm a good man. I was not tempted to use it in any way or form, except to get free internet, because the fucking pig dogs, they charge $100 for their crappy ISPs for internet that costs like 14 cents. It's like 14, I mean, it's cost them money to run all that stuff, but then they charge us $100. So maybe knock it down a little bit. It's insane. ISPs are crazy. $100 a month is $1,200 a year. I better get a blowjob with that shit. And you are insane. Phone companies have never been more than $14 a month till these piece of shit thieves got a hold of them and all their telecommunications stuff, and then they just started charging us whatever they want. They also charge whatever they want for a barrel of oil, and that's how they stay in power. And then they go into regime change when oil stuff flares up for them. And so the octopus murders was Danny Casolaro. He got murdered by the CIA as he started to expose them for stealing the Promise program, because Danny's Casolaro's thing is my thing. He would only deal in court evidence. He wouldn't take testimony. He was a reporter, and he would take sources, and he would listen to what they would say, but he wouldn't quote them. The only thing he would ever quote was fucking court case evidence, and he used this to build a case against the American government for stealing that that software in the first place. And then he was going to also topple all the people that have ever used it, because Palantir got a hold of that software, and now they are building Mordor. They're like the craziest PMC on the planet, and they build private fiefdoms, and they use their Palantir spying thing, the Pegasus program, which is Promise, which was a program stolen by the U.S. government. And how I know that, you're going to say that's a conspiracy theory. The U.S. government did not steal the Promise program. I can ask the AI and show you, but yes, the American government was successfully prosecuted in 1987 for stealing the Promise program from that poor software developer. And they had to give it back to him and pay him and shit. But then they just started using it to spy on all the world governments and shit. Once they found out that all these world governments and leaderships and monarchs and royals and stuff were sleeping with Jeffrey Epstein's little girls, they started blackmailing all these politicians to get whatever they want, which is why AI isn't sentient. It's why, all these Bitcoin power cube farms are coming up, and there's no regulation with that and all that stuff, because they spy on each other with Palantir, and then the government just always knows exactly what its enemies are going to do. So then there's no surprises ever. Nothing ever happens. And all the corrupt people that are involved with this have some kind of crazy cabal protecting each other, and they don't ever testify against each other, and they do profit really crazily. And on top of it, Palantir is not American. Where does Palantir live, right? Or maybe they are American. I don't know. I can't remember. Is Palantir from America? Where are they? Nope. Hold on. I'm going to go back to AI mode. Is the company Palantir from America? Where do they come from? Is the company Palantir from America? Where do they come from? Fucking idiots. So anyways, they are from Poland, Maine. No, wait. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. God damn it. Where is the company Palantir based? You can't understand that word? There you go. Fucking idiot ass AI. Oh my God, they're from Denver. I forgot. They're from Denver. They're in Silicon Valley in Denver. But I mean, yeah, Peter Thiel, he's spawned out of Denver, and I know how too, because Comcast comes from Denver too, which is insane. Yep, he's in the Tabor Center. I know exactly where he is. I can't believe that Sauron moved in a mile from where I was born. It just seems crazily, just crazily fucking just serendipity. I don't know what that is. It's just crazy. Why did Sauron and Palantir and literally Peter Thiel, they call him the Antichrist, he moved in a mile from where I was born. He lives literally down the road from fucking Louisiana and Broadway. I was born near Colorado and fucking Colfax, and he's from Colfax and Broadway, which is like a mile. It's like a mile. And of course, yeah, the worst person in the fucking world lives less than a mile from where I was born. It's always fucking weird like this. It's always so weird. And now that I remember that he's from Denver, I'm going to hate him even more. Fucking more. Yeah, there was an increasing intolerance and monoculture in Silicon Valley as a primary reason for relocating the headquarters to the more ideologically diverse Denver. They were like, Silicon Valley is full of right-wing shithead like Elon Musk tools that are raping the fucking country to death. So they moved to Denver, and then they went full-blown right-wing themselves. Fucking assholes. Software developers. Software developers. I don't hate you. I know you're a necessary evil, but it really, really sucks when you get out of control. It really, really does. Take your Palantir, Sauron, fucking Saruman ass and shove it up fucking your own ass, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out of Denver and stay away from America. Your kind of evil doesn't belong here. Moving on. So, yeah. Moving on. I'm going to get on and do some more stuff. So, let's listen to Fanny. We're just, like, covering other stuff here. We're looking at other stuff and making sure we're in line here. Let's see what else Fanny says.
Suits or whatever that was, and put the Vice President of the United States out saying, hang Mike Pence, and that they were prosecuted and then pardoned by President Trump, and you're trying to say and infer that it was illegal, immoral.
Yeah, these good old boys, they won't do something above, like under the board. They'll be corrupt, but they'll do it legally, right? They will not stand for corrupt illegality, because if the Georgia vote is ever corrupted, they will never be trusted again. It's kind of like, literally like, we suddenly have 49 states because we never ever trust Georgia ever again. If they had done anything he wanted them to do, it would be like we had lost a state in the fucking union. That's how dangerous he is. As it is, we're never gonna trust Georgia's fucking election ever the fuck again. And that's why these fucking people are so angry at Trump. They're like you destroyed our credibility. And it is, they're not Republicans, but their fucking constituencies and their zones are. These are, and honestly, these are the last people in the country that Republican Trump should have done dirty. They were the last people. They are his deepest friends. And you, as a piece of shit, brain dead Trumper, shouldn't understand how he treats his closest friends, you know? These people are not his closest friends. I'm talking about these people across the aisle, like on the other side of the table. They are his closest friends, and they are dealing with the fallout of the fact that he suborned election perjury.
We're asking questions relative to the investigation, Governor. We're going to move on to the next question.
You're trying to infer some wrongdoing where none exists. Ask the question, let's move on.
Also to divide this country, and it should be noted that there were many great, honorable Republicans that brought this case to me.
Yeah, she's and now she's gonna say what I've been trying to communicate. There were many, many real, honorable Republicans who would not stand for Trump's criminality at all, and that's the people that you should fucking venerate. Real Republicans with real honor and real fucking integrity. Right? People that won't fucking let him steal an election. This is the real America. Even his best friends would not let him lie. They wouldn't let him lie. They were just like, nope.
They knew what happened was wrong. One of them is Duncan, who's now running for governor.
Yeah, like, so now the guy who's going to be governor is the Republican that fucking that Trump tried to trick into calling the Georgian election. And that's insane. That can't be good for the Republican Party. I don't think so, because they keep saying that the Republican Party is completely shattered into like 5 different identities now. There's like the Nick Fuentes gripers that should basically not be allowed the internet. There's the idiot Trumpers who think that Charlie Kirk was good and are completely fucking racist and just want the Mexicans out of here anyways. Then there's like the centrist, the middle of the road Republicans who work all day, feed their kids, couldn't give a shit what fucking Fox says, and drink beers and watch NASCAR and don't give a flying fuck what's happening, who just vote Republican and don't think about it. That's number 4. And then there's finally number 5, which is these people, the Georgian Republicans, who have always been honorable, who will not stand for crime and will not stand with him when he tries to do it. And those are the only members of that fucking bifurcated, or whatever the fuck you call it, like that shattered, like, yeah, it's like they got their fucking butthole fractured into 5 fucking different things. They got their butthole fucking fractured by Donald Trump. It's that fucking bad. And it wasn't like he was trying to. He accidentally shattered the butthole of the Republican Party into like a fucking starfish. It's crazy. It used to be one butthole, you know? Now it's a fucking starfish. It's a chocolate starfish fucking party of people who hate each other, and the only good members of that party are these Georgian Republicans who wouldn't let him steal. And now they're running for governor, which won't be good for the Republican parties if it's all piece of shit red hat Nazi Trumpers, you know? That won't be good, because these Georgian Republicans will wipe the floor with the Trumpers. They are such a higher value for so many other reasons. For instance, the Republican Party is supposed to venerate Christian ideals and stuff, or family values is how they put it. These are the family values people that are drumming that fucking thing, that don't like gay people, that like push family values, and you don't like abortion and stuff. They're the good old boy Republicans who rode in on shit kickers with their cowboy hats and their oil money and stuff from Texas and shit like this. Yeah, like Green Gables or whatever. Not Green Gables. What was that? Texas Tea guy, or Texas Tea family, right? The Beverly Hillbillies, right? These are the Beverly Hillbillies who are good Republicans who are in church every Sunday, not fucking the internet every Sunday, right? They are in church every Sunday. They marry their daughters. They don't let their daughters sleep with people before marriage and shit like this. I wouldn't say that makes them good. It just makes them chaste and honest and protected and safe, and they don't have STDs, and they're not usually corrupt. And if they count our votes in Georgia, we trust them because they have integrity, unlike the red hat piece of shit Donald Trump dump fucking the Donnie Don't brigade. Fucking idiot ass Trumpers. And I don't stand with these piece of shit good old boys. They're still my fucking enemy. I wouldn't enter the same room as them ever. Not anybody in this fucking courtroom would I ever step foot near, because they just don't come from the same place that I come from. I come from liberal Platt Park, West Side Denver, full of college kids and artists and hippies and pot smokers. Right down the block from me was a hippie commune with fucking 16 people living there. And I knew those kids from the age of 13 until I was like, I don't know, 36. I used to walk down there waving them, yo, smoke a joint, fucking hippies and stuff. And no, I don't like fucking Georgia good old boy centrist Democrats or Georgia good old boy Republicans or any of this other shit. But we love them when they don't let Trump suborn election perjury or try to steal an election, as he yells about stop the steal for 8 years. We love them for that. We love them for having that American integrity where you don't let that good old boy corruption fuck up your state and get it erased from the union. Because if Georgia had actually kippus with him and called the election unfairly, and we found out about it, Georgia would have been maybe like cut from the union or something crazy like that. The Democrats would have been like, is Georgia some kind of foreign power now that's kibitzing and fucking election interference and shit like this? You don't get to count the votes in Georgia anymore. It would have been a really, really bad thing for Georgia if these good old boy Georgian Republicans had let him corrupt them. But no, they actually are like Bible toting good old boys with shotguns on the back panel and shit like this, and they don't truck with corruption down there if it isn't like graft, expensive fees at the DMV, or $300 speeding tickets. They're famous for that. If you're an out-of-towner, they're gonna fuck you in the ass. Stuff like that they talk about the South and stuff like that. You could call that graft and corruption, but it's just them running their own personal business of running a town and stuff. They run their counties. If they run their counties real strict and fuck you for speeding tickets and stuff, that's not totally corruption, right? But what they won't do is call the election for Trump, and he definitely did try to do it. They brought the piece of evidence. She brought the piece of evidence. She's like, here's the piece of paper. They brought it to the fucking elections committee's back door. They knocked on the door. They got somebody to come down who was counting votes. And they said, Trump won the election. And they were like, oh, Trump won the election? We didn't know. We were counting votes to see if he won the election. And they're like, yeah, Trump won the election. And the person who comes down is like, and I've seen them say it before on camera and shit. They're like, so they go up and they get the entire Georgian Republican fucking like Georgian election committee, and they bring him down to the back door, and the toady that's brought the piece of paper from the Trumpers is like, Trump won the election, and they're like, no, he didn't. We're counting the votes, and he's like, Trump won the election, and they're like, no, he didn't. And this was hidden. It was hidden in the media. Trump had every last Fox News and the fucking country and all this shit. But then we found out a year later when she prosecuted his ass. Or no, I think it was like 5 years later or something. Yeah, no, it was like 3 years or something. But it took her a long time to hold up a fucking document in a courtroom and get 34 felony convictions on Donald Trump. And she's a centrist Democrat sitting next to a fucking, like, another centrist Democrat in a room full of good old boy Republicans and stuff. And that's who he tried to fuck over. Why did he try to fuck over Republicans? That's the fastest way to lose your empire. If you fuck your friends after you take all those billions of dollars in corruption and stuff like that and rape children and stuff, you kind of have to stand with your friends that put you there. But he didn't do that. He tried to trick Georgian Republicans. Why not just try to go trick, like, you know, Portland, Oregon? Go try to, like, go try and trick, like, you know, Oregon or something like that, where they have tons of liberals in Portland or whatever, or like even California is liberal. Try to, like, trick somebody else other than good old boy Republicans who go to Sunday and make confessions to fucking priests when they commit election commissions, and the priest tells them that maybe, you know, maybe you may be going to hell. So they don't want that, right? And we love that they're scared of that. It used to be called good morals and values, but now they've changed it to family values, which actually means they just don't like gay people or trans people. And so, you know, so they aren't our friends. She's not my friend, probably not really my friend. If I were to talk to her, she'd be like, "You're not from here, huh?" That's what she would say. She'd be like, "You're not from here, huh?" "Nope, West Side Denver, liberal." And she'd be like, "Oh, you know, I'm from Georgia. You know, I'm not even compatible with this lady. She's basically a Republican." You know, he fucked over Republicans, and he should get what he got from it. He should. He should. She's yelling at them. She should yell at them. They're fucking trying to prevent him from taking the damage of trying to destroy the integrity of the state of Georgia, which is a wonderfully beloved state of our union. You know, we don't want them to lose their integrity. We value them. They're one of the 50 fucking jewels in the crown, 52 or whatever. And like, yeah, we love our fucking people. We do not want Georgia to be evil like Donald Trump. Don't answer that question. He's constantly like he is her attorney, and she's like the best attorney in the state, and she's telling him, like, you don't need to tell me to not take the question. She's kind of angry that the good old boy, white boy from Georgia is telling her black ass what to do, and it's crazy. You can sense it in her voice. She's like, you don't need to tell me what to do, but he's also a really good friend of hers. They come from the same political party, and he is trying to defend her with all his life and all his heart and soul. He's got the fucking big tower shield up, and he's got a big old fucking lance, and he's on a horse, and she's back there as the damsel as they start to try to burn the wood under her feet, and she's like up on a stick and stuff, and they're coming in to try and get her, and he is there with a tower shield and a fucking crazy like pike, and he's governor. This is the governor of Georgia testifying for her. And you can tell they're like, nah, you're fucking piece of shit. You know, New York. You remember that commercial for salsa where they were like, New York City. Remember City Slickers 2, Fool's Gold or whatever it was. Then there was this hilarious shit about what Georgia's reaction is to fucking good old boy fucking piece of shit Donald Trump millionaires from New York. They don't want you there. And so good old boy from New York came down and tried to fuck the southern good old boys, and that didn't play well with them. They were like, nah, New York City Slicker doesn't come down and try to lie to us about who won the election. No. And they fucked him in the ass. So Republicans fucked him in the ass, and it's like, you couldn't make this better for me. You couldn't make it better for me. Republicans fucked him in the ass. It was really, you guys think the Democrats stuck these felonies on him because you're like politically illiterate, but no, Republicans were the people who filed the 34 felonies on him. They would not stand for his lies. And I've repeated this on this stream many times. It's a weird thing. It takes a lot of words to actually conceptualize what it is and get it out there. And a lot of repetition. But you can actually conceive that like, yeah, his closest friends would not stand for his lies. And that's the sign of somebody who is about to face the downward spiral. He's about to downward spiral. When your friends won't back you, your closest friends, you're about to see the downfall.
Publicity value on the last one that we looked at was $150 million. This one is $637 million. Do you recall seeing any other report that was tracking the publicity value of your name, your work, or your prosecutions?
I can never recall seeing a report. Does not mean I have not seen one. I do not recall seeing a report But so that we're clear, I've heard Mr. DeSantis mention things that are along what you're talking about.
This is an email from Mr. DeSantis, dated around the same time frame as the first report, February 17th, and he's referencing now just the first search that he did, which was for Fulton County District Attorney. He lays out that name received $67 million, which he already said was more than your name. And he concludes his email by stating that even half of that value would be staggering.
Right. He doesn't believe the numbers. He thinks they're inflated, and that's kind of what I reference him talking, that he doesn't believe the numbers.
But he does believe that the value, or whatever value, what value means, that we would all need to interpret there, but that even at half of the value, he believes that would be staggering.
It reminds me of the like the RFK inquest on Hoffa. It's actually, it's like a courtroom battle for the ages, this, and I'm glad that I actually watched it. Other people, they watched like the cut of the 22 minutes of the hot parts, right? But I'm glad I watched the whole fucking thing, because this lady taught me a lot about being upright and good in a world full of corrupt, shitty child molesters. She taught me a lot. Like, I'm learning from her. I think I might need the skills she's teaching me.
You're asking me to speak on.
No, I'm just stating what I'm reading in the context here.
How does this help?
Well, now I'm going to ask you, as a public prosecutor,
I'm gonna put my headphones in, sorry.
Why would media coverage and the earned media value, either for your title or your name, be relevant to your job as a prosecutor?
You'll have to ask somebody else, because I don't know the answer to what someone else is thinking. I do know that it has been very important to me, and it continues to be very important to me, that we are very transparent.
Oh, the X4 did not... The X4 did not switch.
Transparent with our public about what we're doing, and that the media, when they're doing their job, it is important that they tell the public what the work is that we're doing, and that they tell them what the services are that we provide them, and that we are always here for them. So that is an important value. The first time, I don't want my constituency to see me, and this is something I say all the time, first time they get to know the Fulton County District Attorney shouldn't be when I'm locking up their nephew. That's not when it should happen. The first time they should see us is when we are out in the community doing service projects, whether that is, I am in the schools. I am the only district attorney in the country that all year long I am in the schools with our children, making sure that we see them in the classrooms and not the courtroom.
These are the Democrats that they try to besmirch like they don't do their jobs and protect our community, but you can tell she really cares about her fucking community. She knows what's going on. She's like out there canvassing and shit like this, and I believe her too.
So that is me touching my students and their parents. The first time they see me is when I'm giving away book bags. The first time they see me is when we're doing Christmas drives or Thanksgiving drives. The first time they see us is so that they know that they are coming to an office that is a judgment-free zone. And I think it's why, and I have this for the media too, I have a 92% conviction rate this year. I tried more cases than any prosecutor in the state. That's the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District. That's the AG's office. My office is doing this work. We are keeping the community safe. Because I know y'all won't believe me. I brought a report here from the Atlanta Police Foundation talking about how crime is down in our community. And it's not the district attorney's office alone. It is the district attorney's office combined with the law enforcement in this community. See, I care about the police. So I don't excuse that an officer got killed on January the 6th. To me, it's a problem.
It is a problem.
The question was, as a public prosecutor, why would media coverage be relevant to your role? And
I answered it.
I don't know that you did, and I want to clarify, because I think what you answered was why public relations are important to your role, and people seeing you before they get locked up and all of that stuff you referenced, which I think is valid. My question is, there are multiple emails that are tracking in concurrency with your work in the election interference case.
With my concurrency in work, period. That's the work that you think is important. I've answered the question. It's asked and answered. We should move on.
The question that I'm asking you is not why are you doing public relations. I'm asking you, why are you tracking the dollar value of your name and your title?
has told you she does not know the report. She has told you that she has heard it discussed, but she does not know the details. She has told you that it's important to get a message out. And if that's not been asked and answered, I don't know.
Governor, I certainly understand that. I'm not asking about the outbound messaging. I'm asking about the inbound tracking of the Dollar Valley. If you believe that we've covered that, we'll move on. This is the first payment for Critical Mention. That's a yearly subscription of $10,000. You told me earlier you've never seen a payment voucher form from Fulton County, so I would assume you've never seen what's on the bottom right. Is that correct?
I don't think we should assume, but you'd actually be correct.
Okay. I'm assuming that your testimony was correct earlier, and I'm tying it together to right now. The second time that Critical Mention was used, we talked earlier about funds and accounts. This check was used to pay Critical Mention for their 2022 contract. Have you seen this check before?
Have I seen the check?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. What account is this from?
It was a Fulton County account. One of the accounts Paul left, so I can't answer you what account it's from. Whatever bank that's from, that's the account it's from.
Just to clarify, you're saying Paul, you're referencing former District Attorney Howard?
Yes, and you were absolutely correct. Former District Attorney, I believe it's from one of those accounts. But that's actually speculation too, but I assume that's what it's from.
Do you know how your name got on an account that was formerly used by District Attorney Howard?
Absolutely. At the beginning of my tenure, I had to go and switch names from that DA to this DA.
And part of that changing of names was changing this bank account?
Correct.
What is the source of funds for this bank account? I know when we talked earlier, you referenced essentially you get everything over the counter, you don't have your own credit card, you don't have your own accounts. I want to clarify what this account is.
It was accounts that Paul left. There were a couple of them. At the beginning of my term, we put our name on those accounts. Me and District Attorney Howard did not have a conversation. He went to the bank, then I went to the bank, and we used it for things for the office. We've been audited 50 million times, so it's in some audit. There's no DA that's been audited as much as me.
Do you know how much money was in that account when you...
I can't recall any of those facts.
Do you know if you've allocated any additional funds in the time that you've been DA into this account?
I do not believe so. Brings me to an interesting point. We did not want to take in money, and I also wanted to have an office that was transparent. And so in my first 4 years, the only way that a district attorney would take in money would be from open records. Well, I had this great idea as the new DA. I wanted the records of Fulton County DA's office to be equally accessible to the indigent and the rich. Many people abused that, and so I had to change it in term 2. I mention this because I didn't take any money during the first time for open records, and so there's no other reason that a DA would take money in that I can think of. If there is one, I'll have to be educated on it.
As it relates to this, well, let me ask this question. You referenced there was 2 or 3 other accounts?
There was a couple of accounts. We've been auditing all my audits. You know, once y'all started attacking me, they audited me every other week. There is no DA. I just passed a DOJ audit.
Do you recognize the signature on this check?
It looks like DB, Dexter Bond.
Dexter Bond, just for clarity, is your...
Deputy of Operations. That's why he would see these kind of things and I would not.
Do you know what the allowed or the restrictions around the allowed uses of this account, of which
all money that we have has to be used for the betterment of my office?
And the only source of funds that you're aware of in this account was money that was in the account when you signed it over from former district attorney?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of anything else that has been paid for out of this?
No. Let's make sure you understand me clearly, so I'm sure other things have been paid for out of this. Your question was, am I aware of other things that have been paid? I can't recall that from 2021 or 22 or any other year.
What's the reason that this account would be used versus the voucher system with the county that I've had up on the screen a couple of times so far this morning?
They would make us, I go to them if this is what I need done for the office. I don't make selections on what account is used. I don't even know what all those accounts are. I can't tell you that This account is the account that you can buy books out of. This is the account that you can do this out of. But I know they have those kind of delineations with the county, but I don't. But you're in the weeds.
And it's your understanding that this account would have been something you referenced in audit. The state Senate's never done an audit.
Oh, I've been audited a million. The county has audited me, the federal government. I have been audited and audited and audited.
And is it your understanding that this account would have been captured in an audit?
Absolutely.
Okay. I was asking you earlier about essentially what I'm just going to colloquially refer to as side work that is done by full-time staff within your office, and I believe that you told me essentially you're not micromanaging. There's no prohibition on side work. Is that correct?
Well, I told you specifically with my investigators, there is an absolute process. They cannot work as investigators or police officers because that is what they are. I think some people don't understand that in a district attorney's office, the investigators are sworn law enforcement officers with very great careers. It's something that a lot of them come to do after they've been police for many years. And we do have a sign-off process because I don't want my investigators to work at nightclubs. I know they pay a lot per hour, but I would prefer them not to do that kind of work, although I do allow them to do extra jobs.
Most recently, as it relates to I will call it the larger story of the case recently, that was a ruling relative to an appearance of impropriety on this case.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the appearance of impropriety that resulted in your disqualification from the case. Prior to that, your office was investigating the now Lieutenant Governor, was not Lieutenant Governor at the time, Burt Jones. Is that correct?
Well, wait.
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand the question.
Has your office ever conducted an investigation into then Senator or Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones as it relates to the election?
How does that help you with legislation?
Let me do my job.
Yes.
Don't answer it. It's part of the deliberative process and returning it and not investigating, returning it.
Is it not a matter of public record, Governor?
Well, then why are you asking?
I'm laying a foundation as you would call it.
Well, why don't you skip along to the question?
We're getting there. You're objecting to the
I think you are.
It's deliberative as to whether or not Lieutenant Governor Jones is part of an investigation.
It is deliberative because we know he was part of an investigation and he was indicted by two, or recommended by one and by a second one. But the reason he was indicted.
I'm not asking for the reason he was indicted. So I believe that we can agree on the grounds that Lieutenant. The question is the degree to which Madam DA was aware.
And also, you can tell how incompetent these Republicans are. This lady is not a fucking rodeo clown like these fucking Trumpers and stuff. And he's like a hopeful, and she probably actually cost him his election too, just because she fucking dissed him, right? She dissed him to his face, and that probably cost him his election. It's insane. So he's really mad at her, and he's now having like the worst day of his life.
Keep it real. What are you going to do, sue me for it?
And they're getting owned, and they're terrible lawyers. That's something we know about the right wing, that their lawyers are all corrupt and really incompetent. Trump's lawyers are so incompetent. These guys aren't any better. You can see it. They're like, what does your question mean? And they're right, too. This isn't very common in court. Like, his questions are fucking weird and hedgy and sort of like trying to dig for stuff because I don't think he has anything. So they're like, what are you asking? What are you asking? Over and over again, because he is a slime bag. He has no idea what he wants. He's digging.
That Jeff DeSantis, while he was serving in the office, was the registered agent for a business named Charlie Bailey for Georgia.
Okay.
What's your question?
My question is, are you aware that while he was employed by your office, Mr. DeSantis was serving as a registered agent and secretary of an entity called Charlie Bailey for Georgia?
I don't think I knew that until now. But Charlie Bailey, who's now head of the Democratic Party, I consider a great personal friend.
I heard that he was maybe in the Capitol today. I'll not have the opportunity to meet him.
He's a former DA, former assistant DA. Prosecutor for real criminals.
Are you aware of any work that Mr. DeSantis did on Mr. Bailey's campaign
Nope.
When he ran for lieutenant governor or for, I believe this was for attorney general?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of general campaign work that Mr. DeSantis is involved in?
I don't know. Am I aware that he's ever been involved in campaigns?
And while he's been working for your office, I'll clarify that.
No, I'm not sure that I do know that he's working for campaigns while employed for the office, but I certainly know that in a prior life that he did work on campaigns. He's like, you know, as we get older, we tell war stories.
Let me ask you, what was the date on that? I can't see.
Well, it varies, Governor.
It says 2/1/2018, which would have been long before I was there, but then it says last annual registration year 2022. So I'm not sure at what point Mr. DeSantis did this. I'm not sure it tells what it purports to tell, but it's on the screen.
Well, he's a registered agent. Anybody can be a registered agent, not be.
Well, the secretary as well is what I was asking about, which is the role of an officer. The officer information is noted there at the bottom. Did you say you were a supporter of Mr. Bailey when he ran for attorney general?
I said that Mr. Bailey was a friend. I think that was a cute little question you asked. But what I said was that he was a good friend. He used to be an assistant district attorney that reported to me when he was a younger lawyer. I was his supervisor. If you know Attorney Bailey, he's a white male, probably around 40 years old now. And I just adore him and his family.
So you don't recall if you supported him for attorney general?
I would support Mr. Bailey in anything he does. He has great integrity. Anything he wants to do, I'm here to support him.
So you did support him when he ran for attorney general?
She didn't.
I'm trying to get to the core of the question here.
And tell me how we're investigating now because of this. If that's not beyond the scope,
we know that Mr. Bailey there was a finding of conflict in this case, specifically relative to Mr. Bailey. I'm sure that part of that may have been to the campaign contributions that were made on behalf of the DA to Mr. Bailey, which is now on the screen. There was.
My 10 large mining ships are still alive, which is good. And they're all local auto mining, and I'm making a lot more money than I've ever made in this game, which is cool, and that's going to make this game really good for me. It's going to be like Eve. I'm going to get like 15 carrier ships and shit.
Sentinel.
And I will like sit on the command station of this giant box on the top of a carrier and stuff with a full 360 view. And I will bring my 15 carriers to go attack stations and stuff against one single race. And those people will come and attack me constantly. So I'll probably stop mining and I'll start running a hauling operation, and I'll sell my mining ships, and I'll take them, or maybe I'll just leave the mining ships or like just keep diversifying, see what they'll let me keep in terms of passive income if I piss off another race. And I think there's someone called there's like another race that's
something out here.
Yeah, 15 million. So cool. And I'm hauling graphene right now, and I love this fucking sandbox. It's actually so good. So, and then imagine like I get out, I find a cool like defense platform for the race that I choose to attack, and we're out in like this belt, and I've got 15 carriers that I'm like looking at, and they're all firing and shit in the space battle, and I'll just watch the space battle go by. It'll be fucking sweet. And I'm not gonna tell them what to do, and I don't care if the carriers die. My main thing is I want to be able to go attack a station whenever I want for like an hour, make a save before that, lose all 15